How is that possible?
Clap your hands.
さあ我らがブレックシーメンバーをご紹介していきましょう。チカ、シオリ、ヒナノ、エリカ、スミレ、and カオリ。
All right. It's a vibe out here in Utsunomiya. We are almost ready to get the quarterfinals checked up. Oh my goodness! But before we get there, let's get you refreshed on everything that went down yesterday. Here first off is your 8 quarterfinals. Starting off with Princeton and Shake Kubale. They had a memorable final in Lausanne. Back in 2019, we'll see them first in Amsterdam and Vienna, Antwerp and Riga. Oh, we off to a great start today. Here's your day one top scorers. Dimes, man, he made the Inleo his personal showcase yesterday. 22 points. Norris Mieses and Thibaut Vort, stars in their own right. Right on his heels with 20 points coming out of pool play. But now it is win in advance, lose, and you go home. That is how it works. An intriguing matchup to start our quarterfinal. Again with Princeton and Shake Kubale. They're first on the Pro Tour since that memorable 2019 Lausanne Masters quarterfinal. Remember when David Huffman hit that game winner at the buzzer in the corner? Crazy. Princeton comes in on the heels of a 21-17 statement over number 1 Ub and cruised to a 7-point triumph over Lausanne, while the Lithuanians split their pair, suffering a narrow loss in a near comeback. Against Lehman, 20-21, and picked up a 6-point dub to close their day over Utsunomiya. Princeton, you know, they were 2019 runners-up here in Utsunomiya at the final. Both Hummel and Maddox were there, and now they're back, and they seem to have new life this season. Their 3 vets have upped their game, and the addition of Isaiah Wilkerson so far looks like a great front office decision for the first ever fan-owned 3x3 franchise. 11 points for Zayday on day 1. We'll see what he brings here day 2, but he's a junkyard dog, believe it. As for Shake Kubale, they enter the court now. We saw 2 sides of this team who sometimes has a split personality. We saw both of those personalities in one game against Lehman. They started off poorly, but they fired back and nearly came back and won that game. Ended up falling by 1, as I mentioned. Aurelius Bukalis led the way, 17 points on the day for him. That was good for 4th on the scoring charts, 10 of 14 from the field. Even hit a couple of 2 pieces. Marius Ujupis, who you see out there as well, chipped in with 11 points. Okay. He was joined by Sharunas Vengalis and Paulus Belavicius, who contributed 5 points on the day. So Princeton, the class of Pool A, representing the USA. And Shake Kubale, the second team out of Group C, repping Lithuania strong. I say it all the time, that, man, when Shake Kubale are hitting on all cylinders, they can beat anybody. They are facing a different-minded Princeton team. I can tell you that right now. These turtles are kicking butt like Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Donatello here in Japan. Reem is mad. He said yesterday after their win, he said, we're playing angry, and we're going to continue to play that way. He has been playing his you-know-what off. He had 15 points to lead the way for the Americans. He has been locked in, and we're going to see if the good times keep on rolling for him. Robbie Hummel, by the way, former Minnesota Timberwolf, he had 12 points to finish 2nd on this American team that is well-rounded. David Huffman can put the ball in the bucket, but he didn't have to. With the offensive addition of Isaiah Wilkerson, and you see in the layup line, head-to-head, they're 1-1 on the pro circuit. I mentioned that last meeting on the Pro Tour in Lausanne 2019. It was a thriller without the red jacket and zippers. It's about to be on now. Princeton in the green. They got their mean faces on. Shake Gubale in the red. They look focused, man. All right, that's my last Jay-Z, first and last Jay-Z impression of the day. I just got a sigh. I don't know if that was a sigh of relief
So it's about
or what.
or drunk.
Oh, but this should be fun, fun, fun. Get ready. Princeton, a couple of things I want to point out. They didn't shoot it great from Tulane yesterday. They were 6 of 19. That's one area that they can improve, but they only turned the ball over 5 times. They take care of that cookie. We're going to see how this one plays out as it is on. Huffman, hand up from Pukalis. Returns the shot. Quickly out to Belavicius.
Oh, easy
He
bucket.
refeeds the big man.
That makes
And he's
sense. Yeah,
grubbing.
he's eating.
Shake strike first. Huffman working from the left wing. He's got Maddox on the move. And the Madman is held up by Belavicius. Quick substitution by Princeton as Isaiah Wilkerson will check back in. That dude from Staten Island, New York. He's tough as they come. He gets it down low to the Madman, and he's hacked, man. Sharunas Bengalis.
30 minutes
Do
to
nothing
out
with it.
already. Be careful.
Maddox, the catalyst on this American team. Still young, and still fresh in his memory bank. The loss in the Olympic qualifying tournament. They got to get mad listening to me say that over and over again. But you got to understand what the fuel to their fire, the motivation with this Princeton team and everything that they're doing this year and creating their Dow and everything else. Belavicius with the deuce. 3-1. Shake Gubale. Ream hands it off. Tough man.
Yes.
2-piece. No biscuit. It's 3 up. I don't think that you're going to see a bad game today. Every quarterfinal matchup is just chalked, loaded. Meantime, Belavicius unloads, but he did not hit his mark. Back rimmed it, stays 3 apiece. Princeton trying to continue this Redeem Team tour here in Utsunomiya. Had Madman on the block instead. It's Hummel. And there's a draft in here.
Yeah, that was an airball.
That slipped. Pukalis checks ball from the logo. And here we go. Now Pukalis gets to the baseline. Big man showing some quicks right there. Bengalis with a kind of awkward release. Oh, Pukalis got his cookies took. Quick hands from Wilkerson down low. He's going to get a breather, and Huffman will check in. There's an art to the substituting thing here in 3x3. You only get a timeout per team, and this game drains you. Can Ream drain it? No, not that time. Back iron as Ujupis tracks it down. Over to Pukalis. Pukalis going to the block. Oh, he left something. The pill over in the Americans' hands now. He's got, spacing's not great here for Princeton. Their left side loaded. There's Huffman unloading and firing a brick. Shot clock violation. It touched no iron. Like a wrinkled shirt. You gotta be quick. I'm throwing them out at you all day today. Dad line after dad line. Just under 8 minutes to play here in this opening quarterfinal. Oh, some friendly fire right there. Wilkerson to the Batman. Ream finishing at the rim. Uzi swings it.
Open.
Poster boy.
Yes.
Belavicius. 2-piece combo.
And one.
So he got some contact on the elbow
And he could.
and gave him 2 to the head. Carlos Belavicius will miss the free throw, but he tracks down the rebound. And they quickly get it moving around the perimeter. Belavicius, same spot, but that time an offensive foul is called. So you can see Pukalis extending those arms, kind of pushing off on that screen, and that's a point of emphasis. Okay, Pukalis, what can he do with Hummel? Nothing, because Hummel hands it off to Wilkerson. Wilkerson is a full load. That dude looks like a full back. Zayday trying to establish position down low. Oh yeah, he will beat you up like a rock. Dude, look, I know a lot of hoopers from New York. You understand? And these dudes, they just grind. I mean, this dude will lace him up in some Timberlands. For now, he's gonna get a rest. Quick hands from Maddox. He deflects it. Now they're trying to put the cookie in the cup. Oh, Hummel, he had a lane to drive. Instead, he stepped back, social distanced himself, and gave him a 2. 6'5", Uzi. 1 point lead for the Turtles. Oh, Robbie, good look as he connects with Ream. Huffman was in his personal space. He gets whistled for the foul. 3 on Princeton in terms of the fouls, 5 on Shake. Another look at the step back from Hummel, and then the unselfish find with Ream under the rim. What makes this Utsunomiya opener so special? This is not a Masters. The official World Tour season begins in Manila in 2 weeks. This is an historic first ever opener. $50,000 is at stake. That makes it special. You won't see that on the World Tour Masters, where $40,000 is the grand prize. So you got more prize money, and the top 10 ranked teams in the world hooping out here. The winners qualify to a Masters of their choosing. So there's a lot at stake as we enter this final day. Belavicius, quick move to the right. But as you can see, that ball caught wings.
Well, it's short.
2-point advantage for Princeton. Zayday coming around. Down to the mad man. 8-5. Maddox continuing his stellar play from yesterday. Oh, Pukalis way up in the deep end like usual. The big man can do that. He can stretch the floor. He was 2 of 3 from deep yesterday. Robbie trying to give him something back. Threads. 10-7 as Hummel's got it humming. Maddox, he's cleared it himself. He'll kick it over to Hummel. They pass it like a relay. And the final leg. There's a little bit of a stumble. They miss on the 2 attempt. But another look at the feed down low to Maddox. He's 6'8". Pukalis standing nearly 6'10". He's a Lithuanian tower. He can do nothing with that Robbie Hummel 2-piece. Here's Hummel. Quick catch and shoot. He getting more 2s than Twix. Sweet. Hummel's got Princeton leading by 5. 4th foul, though, on the Turtles. Look at the quick trigger from Hummel. He is not trigger shy. One of the most accomplished players in Purdue history, and of course a former NBAer for the Timberwolves. Marius Ujupis, hit him with the hezzy shoulder. Yeah, he was doing the do-si-do. He was line dancing, river dancing. He even hit the gritty, I think, at some point. All right, that's all the dances I know. All right, 5.5 to play. Zayday to Hummel. Back to Zayday. Oh, nice move. And look, he's a junkyard dog. Cleans up the mess. Hummel called for the reach. Not much of an argument. as his Princeton squad lead this thing by 6. Huffman defending. Belavicius poked away. That takes a couple of seconds away in that 12-second shot clock. It's a quick game. They got to get to it quickly. Huffman trying to fight through the screen, and he gets called for the foul. And I'm not sure if he agrees with the call or if he's pouting. Got the shoulders slunched like, oh, man. 6-point game's where it stays. It is going to be physical and intense on this $50,000 day. Oh! Bukalis is able to recover his miss and put it in. Huffman, quick move, whips it out to Zayday. But some brick architecture from the corner. Vingalis. They get it down to Uzi here. Uzi. Oh, yeah. Spin cycle. I think Huffman is dried out now. Zayday continuing to fight, but he could not get a bucket there. Ujupis feeds. That's just bully ball right there. This is the only place that bullying's okay, in between the lines. Oh, Zayday. He took him on the merry-go-round. It's his personal playground. 14-10. And Bengalis will kick it. Uzi will fire. Missed that time. Huffman hits the deck. He got some help thanks to Bengalis. 6 fouls apiece and a TV timeout as we are under 4 minutes to go in a heated competition. I think we're seeing the, like I said before, the kind of Jekyll and Hyde nature of Shake Gubale. I think we are seeing the better side of their split personality. They've come out, played pretty well. But Princeton is hitting on all cylinders. They want to get back to the things that they used to do well, which is play with incredible defensive intensity. Well, they said they were hellish in years before. And as I mentioned yesterday, Princeton has kind of entered a new movement in sports and built the first fan-owned professional 3x3 franchise. I mean, you can go from a fan to an owner. Whoever's general manager of this team, they're making some good decisions. Maddox's score makes it 15-14, but Belavicius goes right back at him and is back down to 4. Hummel, he wants to give it up. He's got the madman on the move, but it was just out of reach. Then Gauss will come away. Belavicius, what's he going to do? Uzi, up fake. Oh, nice passing. A beautiful display of sharing from the Lithuanians. But the madman is just, he's going off like a fire alarm. They have no answer for him. And Belavicius continue to do his thing as well. Here's Hummel. He's going to the block, and he gets faded. Belavicius nowhere to go. He finds Ujupis, who curls his way around Huffman. And then they have a little bit of extracurricular activity. But yesterday in pool play, every pool play game in the main draw finished before the limit. No game went a full 10 minutes. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. And as you know, in 3x3 in general, 60% of the games end before the limit. So
3 points up.
we get to it, and we get to it quick. It's a 10-minute sprint to 21. And Princeton are 4 points away from that very mark that will advance them to the semifinals. Top 6 get paid here in the opener. $50,000 to the winner, 36 grand to second place, 24 to third, 18 to fourth, 14 to fifth, and 10 G's to sixth. So 2 teams will be left out.
Nice.
Oh, madman. Oh, the deception.
Commander.
Oh, the deception. You ever seen the movie White Chicks? Look that up. Madman. He's bootlegging. He's faking. And finishes with the 2-handed smash. 4-point difference still, but Princeton inching closer to that dub. We'll see if Shake can trim into it. Nice bounce pass to set up Pukalis.
I don't.
Now Pukalis got his hands full here with the junkyard dog.
Oh,
Wilkerson front ironed it. Delabichus passes up the 2 attempts
handles.
on the dribble drive. He's going to get it to the big man. Oh, but he got his banana peeled.
With a 3.
Oh, Huffman. This dude is wetter than swim lessons. Game point. Princeton. Belabichus kicks it. Ujupis lost the handle on the Wilson. He's got it back. He chunks the deuces. He misses.
Oh,
Collins drops the shoulder. Foul on the way up. Wilkerson got caught reaching in the cookie jar. Another look at
Princeton are doing
Hummel.
this.
Man, that dude has been shooting like it's sundown.
They can reach into 20.
Midday here in the Valley of the Sun.
Like, we be careful like that.
He has been gunning.
Number
Said yesterday, if it's one thing I know I could do, I can shoot.
like 19,
He's continuing to prove himself right.
20. Doesn't be foul.
Plenty to prove for this American team. First on the agenda is coming out of this game with a win. It's a 3-point contest, but it is game point for Princeton. Captain America hands it off to Zayday. He goes to the cross and goes to the post on Pukalis. He said, that's baby food. He's too little.
Too little.
Game time. 21-17. The new addition making a big debut on this Princeton team. Zayday. Is it going to be Princeton's day? We don't know that, but we do know that they are advancing. Shake falls by 4, 21-17 is how it ends.
Moving to the semifinals.
And the Turtles are moving on. As we move it to center court, where our senior communications manager, Julian DeBove, is standing by with Isaiah Wilkerson of Team Princeton.
Isaiah, a good contested game to start the day, and you even get a chance to score the game winner.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I was saying a good contested game today,
Yeah,
and you even get a chance to score the game winner at the end.
yes. Well, it's a great team over there, but, you know, like Kareem said earlier, we're playing mad. We got a lot to prove, and, you know, we're trying to play good basketball and come in and make a statement.
It's your first time here on the World Tour. Can you tell us what makes this event so special?
It makes it special for me personally because I haven't been able to play in the last 2 years due to COVID. Lost a lot of family to it, and this is like coming back to it. It's nostalgic for me, and to be allowed to play with Princeton and for Fiba to give us all the opportunity to play across the world, especially for the fans, it's an amazing thing. Feels good.
Thank you. It's good to see that you're able to smile as well.
Yeah,
Thank you,
just
man.
for now. A little smile for now. not too long though.
Good luck in the semifinals, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fun.
They're not showing too many teeth. They're not showing too many teeth. They've been mean mugging, and they have been bullying their opponents. Whether it be a dazzling display of shooting or obviously feeding the interior, this Princeton team seems to have it all. And maybe more than anything, the right mindset and motivation. The feel of the squad is just different to open 2022. And Isaiah Wilkerson has been a huge injection of energy. Robbie Hummel is looking like 2019 Robbie, winning one World Cup MVP. That dude had it off safety. And, man, when he's shooting, ain't nobody safe. Valiant effort, though, from Shake Gubale. But they ran into an absolute buzzsaw with this American team who will be moving on to the semifinals. We will find out who they will be playing next after our next quarterfinal, obviously. But, man, anybody can get it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It's pick your poison with this Princeton team right now. We saw Hummel stroking the 2. The madman just continuing to establish the interior, dominate the interior, and getting the contributions of Wilkerson and Huffman seems to be the right formula. So far, so good, and even a few fakes for good measure. So Reem mad, and Reem can now add another highlight to his mixtape. few last looks before we get ready to get set for quarterfinal number 2, where we will see Amsterdam and Vienna on deck. All right, before we get to our next quarterfinal, we got some treats for you. How about we look back at our 2021 top 10 dimes, our top 10 crossovers, and our top 10 yammies. Enjoy that. Quarterfinals continue up next. It's a miss, straight bolt.
Ooh.
Oh! That wasn't a dish, that was a delicacy. I see you. Aiden Kapka.
So, and back of the head.
Decided. Gives it up to get it back. He's on the move. Oh my goodness. Oh, he got option. He could pass that by Stockton. He hit that one from the parking lot. Off the glass. Saved behind the back like an informant. 19-8. He's been above par for this USA team. Oh my goodness. That was filthy. Ball away, hook is a no-go. Paishilas on go mode. He flips it over his shoulder. Sharon is
Oh, you beat that. These guys are also in
they
it for the
connecting
final.
like a Zoom meeting. 14-1. Oh, you fancy, huh? No-look feed from Soka sets up Melo. 16-9. Fabricio with the rebound.
Vision contact, she ain't scared. Oh, the magician.
Yeah.
Voila. Alakazam.
I can do that.
The only thing she hadn't done is disappear.
That's my legs.
I think she can do that too.
Ooh,
Pop
okay, that's a,
with the filthy dime piece. You won't find a better dime than that.
oh, good. Optimize man. There's also. Yeah, so that's fine.
Plum left lonesome.
Oh,
She reroutes, changes direction, goes behind the back like a surprise, and sets Katie Lou up for 2.
oh my god. He took all his ankles, bro. Look at it. Oh my shoot. Went down. You went down. Okay. Oh, ankle. Oh. He went back. Oh my. He went back to ankles, bro. He went back to ankles. Oh, that's matter. Yeah. Okay. Also, this from finals also good with time. And that's it. That's all. skitty bat bat.
Trying to set something up. He's got Charlie Brown coming around. Charlie Brown. Oh my goodness! He just crushed on him like peppermint patty. Here's Rowe. He's going to hand it off to Trigger Trey. Off the miss. Put that back. Trey Lansley sticks the landing.
Oh.
Eric Daly Jr., that's the way to wrap
They
it
make
up. It's in the books. Team USA, they go to a semi.
What if the biggest change the like the standardized? But annihilate. This is 60.
Here we go, a great dish. It's an execution, ladies and gentlemen. It's a punishable crime here. My goodness, amen.
So they're going all in. Oh, nice dive.
Oh, see? Told ya.
And Fulvia. Oh, damn.
Oh my goodness! This will never end. It's Denzel Aggie, man.
Oh, Antwerp.
Mercy
Yeah.
TV!
Oh, massive
We got
point.
a
This
body
is
bag. Clean up on aisle
but
one.
good. Massive. Eight. Don't expect. Anything. And
He punched on him. Man, I certainly hope that y'all enjoyed that collection of the top 10 dimes, the top 10 crossovers, and the top 10 dunks of 2021. Here as we start 2022, we got a few highlights through a day and a game. And obviously, we'll have many more opportunities the rest of this day to potentially start off our new highlight rip in 2022. We will see. Right now, we're seeing some local fans have a little shootout contest. This is always fun. Our MC, Noah Lazarus, a.k.a. 3x3 The Hype, he makes sure of it that we're having a good time here. Good to see him back on the tour again. I think this is year like number 9 for Noah Lazarus. Him and DJ Les are part of our squad here with this 3x3 production family. DJ U as well, Olympic DJ. So the fun and games don't end here. They just get a little bit more serious as we're getting ready to step between the lines between two familiar foes. Antwerp representing Belgium and Riga representing Latvia. Although these teams have a different look than they have in years past, particularly Riga. Injuries have had something to do with that. And then obviously some personnel changes as well, as there's no more Batman on this Riga team. Only the man formerly known as Robin. But now he's the solo superhero, and we got a whole new nickname for him. Norris Miezis, the #1 ranked player in the world, a.k.a. the Maze. He will lead his Riga squad out on the court here against this Antwerp team, who have some star power themselves.
Yeah.
You ever heard of a dude named Must See TV?
Yeah.
His government name is Thibaut Vervoort. You'll hear more about him here in a bit. But Amsterdam was, man, they rose like cream day one, as they were one of 4 unbeaten squads. They made easy work of their competition. Vienna, they split their action. They come out of Pool D as the #2 team. Obviously, Amsterdam, the #1 squad out of Group B, as they will battle it out to lace it up against Princeton. A matchup I'm not sure anybody is eager to see these days. But nonetheless, that's how it's going to shake out. Whoever wins this one coming up will be heading to the semifinals and guaranteeing themselves a payday. Top 6 here at this historic Utsunomiya opener get paid. It's some money being made around here. So out come Amsterdam first. And not that they need an introduction at this point, but I'll do the honors anyway. You know these guys. This is Jan Driesen. Yeah, I know. I call him Jan sometimes, and sometimes I call him Jan. He's got 2 names. He's trying to secure a spot on this pro team. Again, watched him grow in the game of 3x3, and he had an impact in their success yesterday. He's joined by Mad Max, Maxim Kovacevic. He is a top gunner on this Amsterdam team. Juice, Julian Jari, and none other than Dimes himself, the male Van der Horst. All smiles from the Dutchman as they take the court. They pulled off a thriller, 21-19 over Riga before handling Tokyo Dime by 9. It was the other Dime who had everybody buzzing, though. That's Dimes. He was cash money day 1, topping all the scores with 22 points, ranked first in player value, and even knocked down 8 two-pieces. What's he got in store today? Meantime, for the Austrians, after a 3-point loss to 3-man Riga, they gave newly formed Jeddah a 21-10 beatdown to secure their spot. They are led by Philip the Hammer Kramer, who put in 15 points day 1. They got Matthias Lenortner out there rocking number 3. He's second on the scoring charts for them, at least 11 points for him. Followed by Martin Tremals, 8 points, and Nico Kaltenbrunner, 6. And even though Kaltenbrunner only had 6 points, I really thought that his impact extended beyond just the scoring column. I mean, he really brought a great energy to the team, and just listening to him in the huddle and, you know, seeing the encouragement he was offering. I thought that was big for Vienna yesterday, especially hearing all the hype about Jeddah, who a lot of people picked to get to the final here. I mean, I hate to throw my podcast partner under the bus. Before I do that, let's say what's up to our officials, Ref Vlad and Ref Cecilia. They're Olympians themselves. They were in Tokyo just last year, officiating 3x3's debut in the Olympic Games, and now they're here in Utsunomiya again to open the season. Now, back to what I was saying. What was I saying again? I'm just joking. This is going to be an interesting matchup. There's Dimes right there. I told you. 22 points, 8 two-balls. This dude found his stroke. It was baby-making time. Now it's time for him to continue to add to his day 1 resume. There's Philip Kramer. Love what he brings to this Austrian team with his athleticism and ability to protect the rim. If he can extend the floor consistently, knock down twos, I think that they're going to have a good chance. The two teams only met once, and Amsterdam got that dub. Again, Amsterdam's the more experienced team of the two. Vienna is just starting to try to come into their own in 3x3. The game is emerging there. It's growing, you know, exponentially. But 3x3 has been a thing in Amsterdam for quite some time, and their athletes seem to illustrate that. Just in their understanding of the game and playing at a high level. Of course, last year to start the season, Amsterdam won the first Masters of the year. Dimes was not there for that. Their now coach, Aaron Royer, was, as was Maxim Kovacevic and Julian Jari. So they're looking to put another one in the trophy cabinet with all the Dutch fans at home watching very closely. Can they stay unbeaten? The question will be answered. Check ball from the logo. Here we go. Quarterfinal number 2 with Princeton awaiting. Nico Kaltenbrunner. Left to right cross. Oh, but he got his pocket picked. Juice sets a strong screen. Then he dives to the bucket, but he ran into a brick wall with the hammer.
Ooh.
He quickly gets it to Nortner. He comes up shouting.
Rebound.
Now Dimes.
Then handles. Hook shot.
Dimes going down to the basement. He comes up with a bucket. A versatile game from Dimes. A lot of questions as to whether he could go from a really good player to a great player. So far, so good.
After getting
He can utilize that touch close to the basket. Little jump hook here. Obviously, he's great at slashing. You don't get a nickname like Dimes without being a good passer. He does that too. And then yesterday we saw that shooting display.
Oh, so cool.
He's really coming to his own. Right now, though, the Dutchmen are trying to get it going without him. They'll have to watch the hammer step up to the free throw line and shoot one. Big shout out to our sponsors, Wilson, our global ball and World Tour apparel partner, Maurice Lacroix, the official timekeeper of the World Tour, and Chooks to Go, our new global partners of the World Tour. Speaking of Chooks to Go, we're going to the Philippines for Masters number 2. That's just 2 weeks away. We're going to be back in Manila. I think my last time there was 2018 World Cup. Looking forward to it. Let's spend some time out there. Anyway, it's 2-0. We are a minute in. Vienna trying to pull off a shocker against number 5 ranked Amsterdam. Nice move. Not such a nice shot. 2-0 it stays. Dimes trying to get comfy out there on the right wing. He leaves his feet, finds Dreesen streaking. And Dreesen struggling to score. 4 points for him coming out of pool play. He's got to make good on those opportunities. Oh, nice drive. And he dropped it a couple of gears as he got to the rim. Nice control to finish and get Vienna on the board. There's a hold off the ball. That one's called on who got whistled for that one? Oh, Lenortner. Yep. Kaltenbrunner's out. DeMille taking his time. Hands it over to the marksman.
Nice.
Kovacevic misfires that time.
Hook shot.
Good luck with that. So the turnaround hook from the hammer has us locked in at a 2-2 game for now. Take another look at it. Great seal from Kramer and elevates easily just in front of the rim. Kovacevic starts it off. Dimes flips it to Kovacevic. All net, all wet. Oh, the hammer.
Oh.
Right into Dreesen's chest, but he was too strong on the jump hook.
Nice.
Dimes, he's on the move now.
Nice.
Oh yeah, he's got a new lease.
Dimes, Van der Horst.
5-2.
Okay, anchor. Van der Horst.
No basket. Foul on the floor. Take another look. The handoff to Kovacevic. And Mad Max. Cash. Not great spacing here from Vienna. They're loaded on the left side. And they're running out of time.
Yep.
So that was just all discombobulated from the very beginning. Credit the Dutch defense. And we're making it easy to get to their spots. So here we go. Almost 3 minutes in. Quarterfinal number 2. Princeton dispatching of Shake Kubale to open the quarterfinals. Mad Max, he wants it back. No, Dimes says, no, I'm going to take this one.
Oh.
That time, Dimes is long. Lenortner
Good push.
Before he even got the shot up, an offensive foul was called. Kaltenbrunner was trying to set the screen. Did not get set while setting it. So both teams will reset with our first TV timeout. 5-2 game. Amsterdam trying to remain unbeaten. Also want to thank our Fiba 3x3 official suppliers, Inleo, who provide our floors and will continue to do so until 2030. Of course, our Wilson balls, Skelde backstops, Baudet shot clocks, and the Magic Sky canopy.
Dime.
Oh,
And the
Dimes.
fake.
Hesitation, but it rolls off the 10. Quick out to the hammer. Oh my goodness. He just eliminated Dreesen. He's out of the way.
Oh,
Dimes, crossover. Can he finish with the scoop?
Yes.
He had the right flavor. 6-3. Kramer's got Jamal.
Oh.
Nice play. Put on the brakes. And watch Dimes fly by. Keeps Vienna within striking distance. A 2-point difference.
reaching.
Holding foul called on Green. Each team with 4 now.
You're confusing me.
I said that Vienna suffered a 3-point loss to Riga, but I meant Enver. That's who they lost to. In Pool B action yesterday, Dreesen left all alone and couldn't make it count. So Martin Tramal, he will take it. You know who he's looking for? It's hammer time. Oh. Okay. All right. Enough of that. 6-5. Pending that too. It's going to be red ball. Tramal is saying that he thinks that Kovacevic kicked it, but he's not going to get any favor on that. And Juice couldn't do nothing with the hammer underneath. Dimes with a beautiful fake. He lost him like baggage claim. 7-5.
Oh.
Take another look at the ball fake. Kaltenbrunner had no idea.
He lost it. Made it.
So the hammer starts it off. Lenortner hands it over to the burner. Kaltenbrunner. Left to right. Decides to stay left. Couldn't finish the lay.
Lost him like in the baggage claim for the record count.
So shot clock violation. Gives the Dutch the rock. They get it to that man. Dimes dropping one.
Oh.
Or so I thought. Dreesen couldn't close the deal.
Dimes trying.
Man, the hammer is in his toolbox. He is going to work. 7-6.
Dimes.
And Amsterdam throw it away. So the momentum is starting to change a little bit, the energy, thanks to a couple of miscues from the Dutch. They've had some opportunities. And I'm not harping on Dreesen. He's missed a couple of layups. This is a team game. Kovacevic has missed a couple from deep. They got to get back into their groove. That's a good way to do it. Quick move from Kovacevic makes it a 2-point game, and Juice gets a hand on it defensively. Just suffocating defense from the Dutch. Whoa. Man down. That's Lenortner. Let's see how that happened. Well, first, let's take a look at Maxim Kovacevic get ghost. blazing first step. Leads to the layup. And Lenortner's ears are still ringing. He's trying to shake the cobwebs. Stop the birds from flying around the top of his head. He apparently took a shot. Let's see how that happened.
Oh.
Okay. So Kovacevic was kind of trying to shield him. And with that off arm, I think he caught him. So Vlad will have an extended look at this and make a determination on, I believe, what type of foul there's going to be. But you can look again. So we're tracking down the rebound, but Nortner down, but not out. They gave him a 10 count and he got up. They did evaluate it and they decided that it's a sportsmanlike foul called on Kovacevic. Our officials have the authority to do that if they see a play that they want to get a closer look and whether they want to upgrade the foul or not. And it's a good call from official Vlad and the officiating crew. Vlad and Cecilia, and they will award 2 free throws here to Lenortner. He misses the first of 2. Second of 2 is good.
Dimes.
Oh, Dimes. Which way did he go?
Where did he?
The shot didn't go where it was supposed to. Juice hustles back. He's not going to get there in time. Lenortner couldn't make him pay. Here's Dimes. Drops it off to Dreesen. Can Dreesen put it in? That time he puts the cookie in the cup. Now Lenortner, nobody around. Dreesen will give it up. Screens for Dimes. Dimes got places to go and buckets to get. He's got one more. And the Dutch have a 2-point advantage. 3.5 to go. Second quarter final. The Hammer, a little frustrated. He wanted to see some more movement away from the ball. He didn't get much help. You can thank fatigue for that. Your body might be telling you to go, but fatigue's like, hold up, bro. We need some more time. We are under 4 minutes to play, so you know what that means? That means our second TV timeout. And another opportunity for both of these battle-tested teams to get some rest and headed to the final stretch of this contest, this 10-minute sprint. First to 21 wins, or the team with the most points after 10 minutes expires. That's for all you 3x3 newbies out here. I know there's still some. The game is still growing globally, but it's far-reaching. All corners, whether it be the Asia, Europe, the Middle East, Africa, the United States, Canada, South America. Oh, my goodness. He hit that one from South Utsunomiya. Kovacevic has him up 4, and he nearly had a rebound, but not that time. So a little bit more breathing room for this Dutch team, thanks to Mad Max. No rim needed as he sets up Tramal and put 2 between his eyes. Dimes with the thievery. Kovacevic sets his feet, gives it up to get it back, sets his feet again, and sets his sights on the back of the rim.
Oh.
And then Dimes did not have any touch on the floater. Carlton Bruner rattles out.
And the rebound.
Dimes looking for somebody to get it to. A risky pass at the top of the key, but it is cleared. And a holding foul away from the ball. That is number 5. Number 5 on Vienna. Amsterdam is in the penalty. And a timeout, Green. They want to talk it over again. What's good, good people? The voice of 3x3, Kyle Montgomery, in your ear from Utsunomiya, Japan, for this historic opener to 2022. Winner gets to choose any Masters that they want. A record 13 events here in 2022 as we are getting back to normal on the 3x3 World Tour on the heels of the Olympics. Speaking of the Olympics, you're looking at an Olympian with the ball. Dimes. Oh, my goodness. Soft touch. What is that? Sat.
Oh.
Oh, what a feed. Nice pocket pass there from Lenortner as he sets up the hammer. Dimes doing his dance. Stroke was broke. Tramal tracks it down. He stays in bounds. I saw his toe myself. Lenortner from deep comes up short. And Dreesen is called for the foul as he planted the hammer. That's not what Amsterdam needed. You can see some of that frustration from Kovacevic. Different forms of leadership. Kovacevic he was getting up in Dreesen's, he was getting up in his grill, verbally. And then Dimes comes over and gives him a pat on the shoulder and thumbs up. It's good. Dreesen's a young player. This is an intense game here in the quarterfinals. An 8th foul for Amsterdam that leads to 2 free throw attempts. They dodged a bullet on that first one and second one as well, so it doesn't actually count. It doesn't actually cost them. 13-9, buck 52 officially left. And the kick ball. So they dodge a couple of bullets after an 8th foul. This game is not in the bag for Amsterdam yet. It's a 2-possession game. Any defensive foul on them, and Vienna will be shooting 2 free throws. If they get up to 10 team fouls, then Vienna will shoot 2 free throws and get the ball. Oh, I think Kovacevic actually just got hit with a tech. I think he was arguing with official Vlad because he didn't feel like he got a clean check, and he gets hit with a tee. So he's gonna head to the other side of the court. Try to let his temper cool down a little bit. Still nothing doing on the technical. Free throws not helping Vienna. They had the opportunities. Oh, Kovacevic. He will get it back. Mad Max. So Carlton Brunner to Lenortner. Lenortner, he's on the move. Drops the shoulder, gets the score again. The Dutch cannot defend quite as aggressively because of the foul situation. Dimes will cross. He puts the runner off the glass, but too much protein. Lenortner, not enough protein. 3-point difference, but here's the last bucket for Vienna. Hell, if Vienna could have made a few free throws, then we'd be looking at a tie game right now. They missed 3 in a row. And in a sprint to 21 points, every possession so vital, but in particular, trips to the free throw line. You've got to hit them, especially late in games. Vienna actually one of the better free throw shooting teams coming out of pool play. They were 7 of 9, second only to Princeton. And they just caught a case of the misses from the charity stripe late in this contest. We will see if they can overcome it. It would definitely be an upset. Amsterdam still in the driver's seat. One of the favorites here in Utsunomiya. Dimes just off target on the floater. Quickly down to the Hammer. He's going to work on Juice. Oh, and Kramer missed the crib. That's a big miss right there. And Juice pulled a chair on him. Kovacevic, he turns around from the free throw line. It's a miss. Juice flies in, out of bounds off red. So take another look. Clearly off red as Green will take over. Under 40 ticks to go. Kramer hands it to Carlton Brunner. He redirects and finds himself all by his lonesome. Easy lay-in. Now Kovacevic working the back door with Dimes. Dimes comes up empty. Here we go. 2-point game. The Hammer. He goes up and he does not get the shooter's bounce, but he does get the rebound. It's a 1-point game, but only 6 seconds remain. Vienna have to do something. They're trying to foul. They were a little bit slow on the foul, attempt to foul. After this effort here from the Hammer, who eventually gets it to go. But they let a couple of seconds tick off before they actually fouled, and now they're going to have to foul really quickly. And they're going to have to hope for an Amsterdam miss or two at the free throw line because they're going to get a couple. 7th foul. And about 0.6 of a second go off of the clock.
1 second remaining. Okay. In my own point, Amsterdam.
So Mad Max.
Stopping this.
Maxim Kovacevic, known as a clutch player. Here's a moment for him. And he knocks down the first of 2. And gets some extra encouragement from Dimes. 2-point game. This would put it away. It's a miss. They kick it out quickly. Carlton puts it up, but he does not get it up in time. Wow. Amsterdam is able to hold off Vienna in a low-scoring contest, 14-12, as Vienna was game, but kind of shot themselves in the foot at the end. Few missed free throws is all it takes, and Amsterdam is moving on to the semifinals where they will link back up with Princeton. Looking forward to that one. Also looking forward to hearing what Maxim Kovacevic has to say after a tight win. Here's Julian DeBuck.
Maxim, it's a win. You qualified for the semifinals, but we could see, looking at your face, that you were not completely satisfied with the way you played this game.
We knew what kind of game this is going to be. We knew that Team Vienna is a tough opponent. They really put 100% in the court. We had to put our experience and effort to overcome their game. That satisfied the end. We kept our cool head. I know it was not beautiful to see, beautiful to watch, but the win is win. So we advanced to the semis, and hopefully we're going to go to the finals as well.
Yes, in the semifinals, you get to play against Princeton. You've played them a million times, 9 times, if I check the press kit, in the last 3 years. They've been very impressive. They beat UB on the first day. What do you think of them? What have you seen from them that has caught your eye?
It's always good to play with Princeton. We know each other for a long time. It's going to be a good game, probably offensive basket. We saw in the first day they impressed with the new squad, with the new player. But at the same time, we know what to expect from them. It's going to be a real fight for the finals.
All right, man. Get some rest. See you in the semifinals.
That sounds like a man who just left it all on the line. Maxim Kovacevic and his Dutch teammates are heading to the semifinals where Princeton awaits. Here is how they got there. Kovacevic was finding his touch from the deep end. Dimes doing what Dimes does. all up in his bag like a camper. They did not have an answer for the hammer, though, as Philip Kramer was just, I mean, he was killing them on the block. But Vienna a little bit top heavy. As good as the hammer is, they got to get the reinforcements to give them a boost every game. So many of these Vienna highlights you're going to see featuring Philip Kramer. That's not to say that they didn't get contributions, just could have used a little bit more. And really, honestly, they had as good of a shot as you would hope for at the end if you make your free throws. They didn't do it. Amsterdam did what they needed to. Some timely buckets. Kovacevic doing his dance. I told you he's a marksman. Bottom of the nets there from the right wing. Amsterdam working with a 4-point lead here when Dimes does that. Little dream shake. And he's been a nightmare for most defenders standing in front of him. Beautiful setup there for Kramer as these two teams went back and forth. But Amsterdam, for the most part, maintained that 4-point lead throughout the game until late. Philip Kramer fighting. Was able to get them within one with that bucket. But they ended up running out of time. And Dimes and company are moving on up to the semi. All right. I can't promise that that's my last time singing. I can't promise that. I can promise you we got another quarterfinal on the way. It is a Serbian clash for a spot in the semis on the bottom half of the bracket. This is UB, your #1 ranked team here. Oh, actually, my bad. I'm sorry, that's the last quarterfinal.
Yes, sir.
It's Riga
this
and
is
Enver.
Riga.
Okay, that Serbian clash is next.
Okay, Mario.
Riga and Enver, this is an interesting one because this is a battle of trios. Yes. As you can see, the Belgians have 3 players, Olympians, Nick Sellis, Thibaut Vorvoort, and Rafael Bogerts. Clark Kent, Must-See TV, and Bogues, the only representatives for Belgium out here. Thierry Marion is hurt. And the replacement player, Casper, is he unfortunately tested positive, so he was not able to make the trip. Meantime, for Riga, they look a lot different.
This is the official.
They got Norris Miezis. He's a constant on this team. He's the world #1, by the way. An Olympian, along with Agnes Chavars, the Olympic flag bearer for Latvia. Gold medal winners, which is just iconic in itself. Unforgettable. 3x3's debut in the Olympics. You're looking at Olympic champions in front of you with Artur Strelniks. Longtime spot duty player. He's now stepping into a role where he's going to be more heavily dependent upon. Ref Vladimir and Ref Marcos officiating this thing. But at least it's even. You know, normally it's 3-on-4 when one team doesn't have a sub, but both of these teams with 3 and no excuses. Meantime, there are no answers when it comes to trying to stop that man right there. Must-See TV, Thibaut Vorvoort. 20 points, good for second on the scoring charts coming out of pool play. He is a walking bucket and truly living up to that nickname, Must-See TV. You got Norris Miezis as well. I mean, what can you say about Miezis? He's the world #1. The dude scored 15 of his 20 points on day 1 against Tokyo Dime alone. He outscored the entire Japanese team. In terms of the head-to-head, Riga 2-1 against Antwerp on the pro circuit in history. But I will remind you that these two countries also went toe-to-toe at the Olympic Games. So, and that was a mixed bag as well. The pool play contest between them went to the Belgians thanks to a must-see TV buzzer beater. But the Latvians served up some revenge in the semifinals, handing Nick Sellis and company a 21-8 thrashing. It's something that they won't soon forget. I can promise you that. Oh, look at the two at the top. Check ball from the logo, and here we go. For Vort guard Miezis, the two stars assigned to each other. Miezis pulls the trigger. Long on that two release. Strelniks, he'll try it in the corner. And a Russell Westbrook.
He's Russell Westbrook.
Oh, Miezis. Dime time. Hell of a helper from the Mays. Riga strike first. Bogues, I'm not sure y'all want to leave him open. Or maybe they know something that I don't. It ain't that windy. Another look back at the Miezis-Strelniks connection. Strelniks looking to hand it to the Mays again. Off the miss, Nick Sellis hands it off for Vort, turning the corner. He gets a bump from Strelniks and earns the whistle. Sellis, nice shoulder fake. Missed it, but put that back. With the foul, by the way. Look at Bogues flying in there and finish it with the push. 6'7", 6'8". Bogues, always active and a steady contributor on this Antwerp team. So Antwerp come in ranked number 2. Seeded number 2 here at this Utsunomiya opener. Artur Strelniks, not that time. On the runner by Must See TV. Too strong. As for Riga, they come in ranked number 4. 7 Masters wins, including 2 last season. Mexico City and Abu Dhabi in 2021. I think that would actually give them 8 all-time Masters wins. They're trying to create a new identity with Carlos Las Manas taking his talents elsewhere. They do expect to get Eggers Krumans back on the squad soon. He's got an elbow injury from what I hear. Get well soon. We've known him to be a warrior in this game for a long time. But nonetheless, Riga will never look the same again. Here come the Latvians. Chavars from afar. Not that time. Must See TV, an off-balance pass. He somehow manages to find Clark Kent. There's Miezis, threads from the right wing. Must See TV setting up shop. Now he's on the drive, falling away. Just barely missed that. Stage 3 apiece. 2 minutes in, Strelniks lost the handle for a bit. Now he's going to give it over to the Mays. He's going to try to get dizzy with it. Oh, just a little deep. There's Bogues. Puts a little bit more into that one, but he still could not get the right trajectory. It's got to be out of bounds. And Antwerp will take over top of the key. Celis comes around, gets some space. Yeah, and he gives them a taste. Two-piece combo. 5-3. Miezis, little headsy, steps through, and plenty of contact on the way. That was before the shot on the floor. Take another look at that last two ball from Clark Kent. Maybe a little bit underrated in terms of his scoring ability. He is really an all-around player for this Belgian side. He's got the ball in hand. He quickly gives it up to the most exciting young player in the game, must-see TV. But he was broke on the stroke. Now Celis.
Ooh.
Nice shoulder fake. A little bit too much sauce on the hook. Chavars, no. It lands in the lap of Strelnieks, and then Strelnieks is tied up with Bogues, and that'll be red ball. Jump ball awarded to the defense. Love the effort here. Strelnieks wish he actually would have made that first layup attempt. He had it. And now Antwerp have it. Must-see TV, 20 points to his name coming out of group play. Two of the top scorers coming out of group play in this one. And Bogues is on the move. Good vision as he turns around. Oh, he found a streak in Celis, but he sold the bag. Come on, man. Oh, Miezis is playing with his food. Nearly got it back. Look at the active hands here from the Latvian Strelnieks. Oh, they've just been a little long. Here's must-see TV all day, but still couldn't hit it. So Antwerp, 3.5 minutes in. They thrived from two range yesterday. They knocked down 10 two-pieces in pool play at an impressive clip, too, 42%. That's how you can overcome not having a sub. Shoot it better than 40% from two range. Riga, they actually made more twos than any other team with 11, but they hit about 33% of their two-point attempts. Both of these teams need to rediscover their stroke. And here we go. Vervoort on the move. And he has not been able to buy a bucket so far. Antwerp still leading 5-3. Oh, Celis. He packed that like a Lunchable. Take another look. Clark Kent sends him packing. He snatched his ball like the gym teacher. All right, playtime's up. Bogues, it's a miss. I told you I like this matchup. It's going to be switched. And I know Miezis definitely likes this matchup. .5-3 it stays after that miss. Now the maze. Crossed him and lost him. But he also missed the layup. So $1 million move and a $5 shot. Oh, Celis telegraphed that pass. Strelnieks will clear it. I didn't think that initial pass was a clear from Chavas. Now 3 to shoot. Miezis cross, step back. You do not know me like that. The maze had him dazed and confused. And then he picked his pocket like Peter Piper picks peppers. Take another look at the maze. He had him lost. And then hit him with the two-piece. Man, I'm telling you, it is no fun on Miezis Island. You step out there, you might drown. Chavars
from the white
broke from the line. 5-5. with 5:15 left in this third
There was a
quarter
headbutt.
final. Kyle Montgomery, aka the voice of 3x3, here with you in Utsunomiya once again.
Quarterfinals, and now they're in
But for the
tie.
first time ever,
5 minutes remaining.
for an opener.
Both have the same number of fouls.
Chavars was open,
Both have the same number of points.
but he couldn't close the deal from deep. Chavars off balance. Same
And both
thing.
of them got really,
All rim.
really like perfect. We have no touch, no nothing. Like this, the team.
Right back to must-see TV. Can he get it going? Taste the rainbow. When he's shooting, it's a stick up. And here's the maze.
Ooh.
Green
Easy
release.
just answer.
No rim needed. Things starting to heat up. 7 apiece. Bravort gives it up to get it back. He gets another
Oh,
look,
that's
and he's not ready to cook yet. That one floats out of bounds.
It's the perfect matchup. Like answer the
7-7. 4:35 to play. Two teams landed all on the line with
okay,
no
either the first
substitute.
person to reach 21 or the when 10 runs out. It's in the quarterfinals.
So this was one of the quarterfinals that you circled on the calendar because you knew that it was going to be good. Given the recent history of these teams, Riga for so
But it's
long
like
has
from Japan
been a power on the Pro Tour,
to
largely fueled by the duo of Batman and Robin.
quarterfinals.
But they've earned their place amongst the game's greats. And even with just one season on the Pro Tour, Antwerp is already being considered amongst the best teams. And I think their body of work justifies that with a fourth place finish.
Uses the handles.
Biezis,
Ooh.
not that time.
Yes, Master TV. The heads
Now Vervoort, he got the step
Yes.
on Biezis.
and he gets it in. Oh, it's 8-7. 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I'll tell you, Biezis is just so crafty with that ball. He just kind of lulls you to sleep and then strikes you quick. That left to right crossover, we've seen it for so many years on the tour. Still kind of feels like he's underrated. He's number one.
That was for the stance. That was
So tough attempt right there. Bad miss from Biezis. Strelnix is able to recover it. Draw a foul. Antwerp up to 5. 4 on Riga. And Chavars is trying to make, I think he's making a case that Antwerp actually have 6 fouls. And that might be an astute observation from Agnes Chavars. Biezis was telling him, don't argue. I don't think he was arguing, but he did bring it to Ref Marcos' attention. And they're chewing on it, but I think that it's going to stay where it's at. Okay. Yeah. 5 fouls for Antwerp, 4 on Riga. The maze. Crossover. Kick. It's deflected. Now the question. The shot clock is saying all zeros. Yeah, so I guess they ran out of time there. So Antwerp will take over with a 1-point advantage. Biezis, Strelnix rather, called for the hold. So Must-See TV was trying to set up his partner in crime, Clerk Kent. Bogues. He starts it from the logo. Sellis takes the handoff. Now he's defended by Strelnix, who now switches to Must-See TV. Vervoort off balance. He's found his stroke now. It's baby making time. 10-7. Biezis doing something strange. Oh! They're going to have a conversation about that miss. That double cross was filthiness. Out of bounds to Red. But look at the move. He rocked Sellis' world, and Chavars missed the initial attempt. And Mieza says if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. So Mieza is able to clean up the mess. 5 fouls apiece, Antwerp leading by 2. Again, remember the Latvians just beat them down in the semifinals at the Olympic Games. Nice find, but Sellers couldn't find the mark. He does find Miezis out in the deep end, and he blinds him again with a 2-piece. Oh, but it's answered right back. He is shooting to kill. Must-see TV is locked in, as is Miezis, the 2 stars putting on a show here on the Inleo flow. Miezis, are you kidding me? 1-leg release. That one ricochets off the rim. 12-10 game. The Belgians in front. Vervoort passed up the shot attempt. Sellers is just a tad bit gassed. We'll take another look at that last Miezis strike. The stars are shining, him and Must-see TV.
2 minutes and 7 seconds left.
Strelnieks will start this possession. 12-10 contest, third quarter final here in Utsunomiya. Miezis. No. Vervoort to Bogues. They're going to let Bogues set up. Now Vervoort sets his feet. A narrow miss, and Chavars snatched it. Strelnieks couldn't strap it. Chavars, ball fake. Strelnieks way out deep. Too strong. Bogues is down. Chavars has got all day long. Still fires a brick. Strelnieks to the world number 1. The Maze en route to the rim, and he missed the lefty lay. Bogues straight on top of the key. Open.
Increasing the lead and balance.
Quick trigger. It's 14-10.
Again.
Antwerp in front.
It's denied.
Oh, my goodness. These goals ain't loyal. Oh, halfway down and just the rim spit it out. With $1:21 to go, it's a 2-possession game. Look back at Raphael Bogarts. Wide open to make. Gotta hit those. And another timeout on the floor. 1:21 to go. Antwerp trying to exercise any previous demons. It's hard to imagine even saying that. A team that's played on the Pro Tour just 1 year, but they had a lot of really close losses last year. 3 semifinal finishes for them. They have not won a Masters as of yet. I don't have to tell you how sweet it'd be for the Belgians to pick up a $50,000 win in this Utsunomiya opener. We'll see if they can hold off the Latvians here. Miezis makes the shift right to left, missed it. Strelnieks, he's got Miezis. The Maze missed it. Ball comes back, he tracks down the low rebound, and it's a green release for the Maze. 2-point game.
50 seconds remaining.
Bogues, late in the shot clock, had to force it up. It's a violation. Sellers and Strelnieks, hands on their knees, trying to get some extra wind. Vervoort and Miezis, face to face, top of the key. The world number 1 and the budding new 3x3 star. We know all about Norris's heroics from the past in Doha and his long list of game winners. Can Vervoort hold him off this time around? The Maze gets the rock. He's got Bogues in front of him. Miezis, he air mails it, express delivery, right out of bounds. Score stays where it's at.
33 seconds remaining.
No fouls to give for Envert. Riga have 1 to spare. Must see TV. Shares it with Clark Kent. Loose ball, and Strelnick is down. He really took a shot to the face there.
It's not counting.
They're saying that 2 does not count. Strelnick is a tough cookie. For him to stay down like that, you know he really took one to the grill. Actually didn't look that bad from that angle.
Yeah, it didn't look that bad. And 20 seconds
So he
remaining.
took one in the beak. Look again. That ball loose, and you can see also with just, let's see if Vervoort even got that up to beat the shot clock. I'm not sure that he did. Because they were running out of time, and I think that's what they're taking a look at the officials table now. So while Strelnick was down, they weren't going to stop play because of that. You can see the release, which was good by Vervoort. This is a critical decision here as to whether or not that 2 ball should count. If they got that ball up before the clock struck 0, then this is going to be a 16-12 game with 21 seconds to play. As that 2 ball is going to count. Wow. So must-see TV splashes one way out deep late in the shot clock. An unbelievable hit from the young star. And it's a 4-point difference. Miezes D'd up. Back to Vervoort. Only 12 seconds to go, and I think Riga have looked at reality, as this is not going to be a win for them. Time is winding out, and that is going to do it.
Oh.
Envert with sweet revenge over the Latvians as they will move on to the semifinals. A hard-fought contest between both 3-man teams. But Riga's first appearance on the Pro Tour here in 2022 was going to end in the quarterfinals. Envert is going to move on, thanks in large part to that big 2-point strike from Must See TV. He's standing by on the court with Julian DeBug now. Interested to see what he says about how that game transpired down the stretch. Over to you, Ju.
Thibaut, first of all, we have to talk about it. Talk about this crazy shot just at the buzzer towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I think we practice on these shots during our practices, and yeah, just be ready. I told you the first day it's about mental strength, and we were a little bit tougher today, so it's great to have a win.
We talked yesterday about how difficult it was to play with just 3 players. Actually, this game you're playing 3 against 3, no sub for any of the teams. Talk to us about how mentally crazy it is to have this kind of game.
Especially going into the second day, it was very tough. But it was different for us because we knew they only had 3 players. So we were ready, and it showed at the end that we were more ready.
All right. Congratulations again. Get some rest. See you in the semifinals.
Thank you, guys.
Well, I hope you're subscribed by now. You will see more of Must See TV in the semifinals as they outduel the higher-seeded Latvians with world number 1 Norris Miezes. Man, that game had plenty of thrills in it. And I guess a true 3x3 game. Yeah, that was a true 3x3 game because they didn't have a sub. It was 3-on-3. Don't fire me because of that. You can't say 3-on-3 around here. It's 3x3, just so you know. So, few more looks at how this game went down. It was anybody's game all the way up until the final minute or so. Obviously, you heard to Vervoort speak about that unbelievable shot from Tulane late in the shot clock. But you can see a 7-7 game where Must-See TV breaks the tie with a drive. And then the fall away to high arc, touch the skies, and then drop straight to the bottom of the net. And then Norris Miezes getting tricky on him. A couple of crosses, and then follows up the miss with a make. Another look, that's worth a second look. Just constantly active. He had Nick Sellis' whole lower half somewhere else. And then the high degree of difficulty on that make, man, this was the degree of difficulty on some of the shots we saw from the Mays and Must-See TV was unreal. Bogues making good on a big opportunity late. That two-pointer made it a two-point game. And Miezes trims into the lead with the two-piece, but it is Antwerp moving on to the semis. All right, before we get to our last quarterfinal, let's take a look back at the best dunk competition dunks of 2021. I know you're going to like these. Grabo is crazy. I'm about to put this dude in a straight jacket right now.
That was the
Off the bounce, he tucked it under his bum, and then he brought the bass like an 808. So Tyler Curry up first, up and over. Finishes with the windmill. He's breezy, and he makes it look easy. So he's going to do it by himself. He flies private, and he's finishing with filth. Fix the nets, please. Don't worry about the nets. Just fix the rim. Amen. The East Bank over Tyler Curry. Hey, this dude is out of this world. Oh, MG. That gave me motion sickness. Him Miller time. Off the bounce, he goes 360 windmill. Oh, and finishes with the one-handed poke. He touched his knees like he was twerking midair. And then finished with the one-handed throwdown.
Bravo. Over two dudes. That dunk was nastier than Quagmire. Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Giggity bang.
Oh my good, the ninja kick clears the second volunteer. What the?
Oh, nice finish there for Miller time. He
Oh,
goes off the bounce. Little swag afterwards. Oohs and ahs from the crowd.
First.
Staples, 360 through the legs. And he's still hyped up. He finishes emphatically.
Yeah, we had some great dunk competitions last year. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that you can expect another unbelievable dunk competition here at the Utsunomiya opener with Rafal Lipinski, B. Ruff, Brandon Ruffin, and that guy, Brody Stevens. We'll see them later on in the day, and we'll also see our 4 two-point shootout contestants. Get them out the holster and see who is the top shooter here in Utsunomiya. In case you don't know who those competitors will be, that's Darius Tarvidis, Stefan Kojic, King West Multini, and Artur Strelniks in the shootout final. And just some of what we have to look forward to on a day that has began with some thrills, few spills too. It's what you would expect on the final day of play here in Utsunomiya. We've never had a bad time here in the city. We love the culture, we love the people, and they love 3x3. So a lot to like about this next quarterfinal matchup, this final quarterfinal matchup, because it's a Serbian clash between Lehman and Ub. Lehman #1 in the World Tour standings, seeded #3 here. Ub, another Serbian power with a new sponsor, I should mention as well. Ub Huishan NE. Dejan Majstorovic and company come in ranked #1. They're the #1 ranked team. They're #2 in the World Tour standings. So these two, they split 4 matchups going back to 2019. We saw them play in Abu Dhabi last year and Doha. And a split result, winning in Abu Dhabi in the semifinals, losing in Doha to start the year in the quarterfinals. But you remember the start that Ub got off to in 2021. They won 2 of their first 3 Masters. Lehman did not start well at all. But they ended up, you couldn't finish any better than they did. The reigning champs title defense continues here in Utsunomiya. They come out with a chiseled Alexander Ratko, Mr. Clamps, my Defensive Player of the Year 2021. A Olympic bronze medalist, a Europe Cup gold medalist with Mihailo Vasic, with sharing those same accolades. And Stefan Kojic, the sniper and the killer. Naboisa Kilian, that is Team Lehman. As for their opponent, out come Ub with a new addition, Nemanja Barac. I really like the punch that he added to this team, joining former world #1 and 2021 most spectacular player, Strajinja Stojicic, and none other than the maestro himself, Dejan Majstorovic, longtime Novi Sad member, a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games for Serbia, a 4-time gold medalist on the World Championship stage in 3x3, and 3 World Tour final wins to his name. He got more plaques than a dentist. Dejan Majstorovic in the layup line while we do the coin toss. A lot of love between these teams. They're essentially neighbors, most of them. There's our friendly officials. Marcos Michaelides out of Switzerland and Cecilia Tot out of Hungary. Saw them officiating in the Olympic Games with a few Olympians on the court here in front of us. So, how did these guys do? That's what you're probably wondering if you didn't pay attention to the action yesterday. It's a pretty solid action, I must say myself. Lehman came out of group play unbeaten. Not a big shock. Ub were shocked to start the day as they lost to Princeton. But Lehman picked up a 22-17 win over Utsunomiya and a 21-20 win over Shake Gubale team that really pushed them to the limit. And as I mentioned earlier, they're head-to-head 2-2. Splitting a pair of games last year. Ub losing in Doha, but winning in Abu Dhabi. Lehman, of course, winning Their first World Tour final title. Getting it done. So the time for talk is almost over with. So each team has exited the court. They will make their final preparations before we check ball and get this one on and popping here in Utsunomiya. Noah Lazarus has started the countdown, so there's no turning back now. All right, here we go. It is on. The reigning champs against, ooh, what a save by the beast. Marko Brankovic slung it back, but it ends up in the hands of Red. Alexander Ratkov, couple of fakes as he left Barach in the rearview mirror. Lehman draw first blood. The maestro really struggled with his stroke on day one in pool play, but if I'm being honest, the entire Oob team really shot it poorly from the great beyond. 19% from deep for Oob. 5 of 27. That must change. That has to change if they hope to get a win. Meantime, for Lehman, they turned it over 13 times. That was tops of the field yesterday. They got to clean things up. That's not a pretty average at 6.5 per game. Got to take care of that cookie. Dr. Strange front rim that one. So out of bounds over to Lehman. For Oob, I mentioned that 4-point loss to Princeton, but they bounced back with a 21-15 win over Lausanne in Group A play. That's how they landed a spot here day 2. The sniper pulls the trigger, and that breathing a sigh of relief. There's a maestro. A little string music for your playlist. 2-1. Ratkov hands it over to the killer. Kilian rolls it off the 10. Quick feed down to Barach. And they're going to get an unsportsmanlike foul because you can see no play on the ball there. So another look at the maestro. Bottoms up from deep. So Barach on the rebound. They want to just confirming. He's going to get 2 free throw attempts here. You'll notice that this Oob team is a bit different. They do not have Miroslav Pajcilic this year, the dynamic young Serbian star who might pop up on another roster this year. I don't know where. But I think they kind of lack some of his scoring punch. He had a big role in their early success last year, winning in Debrecen and Montreal. Anyway, Kojic to the killer, Kilian. Nowhere to go with it. Kojic. Wow, that was a unique shot attempt. He had to. And a shot clock violation. I thought he got rim there. Could have just hit all backboard. I am wearing sunglasses in the shade, by the way. Oh, wait. Stretch Armstrong on the finish. The beast. Ratkov straight on. Told you before, these goals ain't loyal. Can't trust them. Look at the arc on that. And that ball grew wings. It's floated forever. Nice finish over the manimal, the beast. They're trying to prove who's the king of the beasts. Basic to Kojic. That is going to count. Foul on White. So the sniper, he had somebody in his sights, knocked it down, and possession will stay with Red. Foul on Utsunomiya. 5-3, 2 minutes in. Oh, beautiful play. They just got all lost and confused as Ratkov slipped to the bucket. And an offensive foul call. So Brankovic showing too much haste in that attack on the rim. Maybe because of that new 3-second back to the basket rule that we've instituted in 3x3. And an offensive foul. Another point of emphasis. As you can not only not stick your arms out, you can't stick your butt out either. Keep it clean, all right? Oh, good defense there. Vasic palmed it. Out of bounds, and will leave 4 seconds for Oob to get one up. They got it in their top gun's hands. The Maestro just nicked the front rim. Stojacic tracks it down. Over to the Maestro. Look at that drive. Oh, Killian. They double dared him, and now he's got a double date. 6 up. And a 4th foul on Lehman. All even in the score category, all even in the foul category as well. 6-6 game. Almost 3 minutes in to our last quarterfinal. And Burke waiting on the winner here. Foul red. Expect the game to be contentious and physical. 2 Serbian teams in front of us. Nemanja Berac couldn't get anything going. Now he's going to try to stay in front of the Manimal. It's muscle on muscle there. Berac tried to pull the chair, but I think he was reaching over the shoulder. And that's what the whistle was about. 6-6, 5-5. 6:46 to play. And Berac is still arguing his point. He's wasting very valuable timeout time. Have a seat, catch your breath, and get ready to continue. What a venue, what a crowd, what a tournament to start 2022. The last semifinal spot is at stake. Long ball from Kojic. Rattles out. Oh, look at the beast. Nowhere to go. Ratkov, no. He was sliding like a step in some oil. And then just they weren't on the same page there, Kojic and Ratkov. Long time Lehman teammates. Lehman with 9 Masters wins under their belt. Second most successful 3x3 franchise. Oh, the Maestro. He thought that was good, so did I. Didn't have enough steam to get it there. And Dayan is called for the foul. See how that went down. As Vasquez hit the deck, he's going to get a rest. Ratkov to the sniper. Kojic with a little red light, green light. Nothing happened. He got D'd up by Dr. Strange. The Maestro, he wants to give it up.
That's not counted.
So a warning from Ref Marcos. He says both teams, all the
Both
talking
teams
has
got
to stop.
6 points.
I'm gonna hit you with a T. And as this game tightens up, you gotta be very, very cautious with things like that. They could be game changers. It's a good idea. The execution wasn't quite there. That's because Killian was staying active in the passing lane. 6 to shoot. Stojic making his move. Step back, no. Vasic tried to clear it. Stojic stepped on the line, I believe, so definitely going to be red ball. And they will have 9 seconds to work with. No, 12 seconds. That's what I thought. Oh my goodness. You're gonna need some bubble wrap down there. The manimal is moving things. Oh, good steal there from the maestro. He picked it like Deion Sanders. And then he lets one fly.
Yeah.
8-7 after the string music from the maestro. Ratko sticks with it. Contact on the way up. And he's going to shoot. Take another look at Vasic. He says, you are going to eat your porridge. So a technical foul actually called on Oob. I think they were, again, you heard Ref Marcos give them a warning, both teams. And I think it was either Stojic or Majstorovic that went overboard. And they get hit with the tee that will put the voice of Killian on the strike. Oh, Killian misses. An 8th foul though on Oob. Now we'll see Alexander Ratko take his chances at the line. As you know, 7 fouls puts you in the penalty. So obviously with 8, he's going to get 2 attempts. Bam. And a 1-point lead for the Serbians, from Lehman, that is. Should also mention that both of these teams share the same sponsor. Which is pretty cool. We are past that midway point. And who knows if we save the best quarterfinal for last. We'll get Princeton and Amsterdam in the first semifinal. And we'll get Antwerp and whoever comes out of this one in the other semifinal. Vasic tried to save it, nearly did, but I think that ricocheted off of Ratko. Dr. Strange to the maestro. Majstorovic. No. What a save there from Dr. Strange. Sets his feet. That would have been a hell of a sequence. Rakovic, though, was able to make it count. Killian, he's got the maestro harassing. Pocket pass. Slash for the leg. Man, Branko, you see why they call him the Beast in Serbia. He is ferocious down there. Cleared Ratkov out of the way and got the bucket. 10 apiece. The killer pulls the trigger. Missed it. Ball over to White. Quick clear. Maestro over to Dr. Strange. Strainia getting to the rim. Too strong on that. Ratkov will clear it himself. Takes a trip around the court. And he is called for the walk. 3.5 to go. 10-10 game. Oob in the penalty. Lehman with no fouls to give. One more foul. No, actually, none to give. Next defensive foul. Free throws will ensue. It's a lot to keep up with this Serbian clash. All right. Nemanja Barac is back up. Strainia. Oh, yeah. He is hardwired. Double foul underneath. The two brutes brutalizing each other. One last look at that acrobatic make. Off balance make, rather. Ooh, with a 1-point lead. And that was a push off. That whole possession was kind of awkward. Their arms got locked almost from the start. It was like he was escorting them to the rim. And the Maestro was broke that time. And I mentioned some of those shooting woes that Oob has experienced. Oob Huishan N.E. and Lehman Huishan N.E. Oh my goodness, Killian. He needed some space in the relationship. 12-11. Nice feed down to the manimal. And he's eating.
Lehman is increasing the
13-11. Lehman in front, foul on the floor. Both teams in foul trouble. You see the Maestro in trouble down low, trying to slow down Mihailo Vasic.
so it's
Now Marko Brankovic will shoot 2. Brankovic, a very experienced player. He's played 66 World Tour games, won 45 of them.
1 point.
He's a 3-time Masters champion. As we look at a 13-12 contest, each team with 9 fouls apiece. They've been hacking like Al-G Rhythm, a computer nerd. The next defensive foul will lead to 2 free throws and possession, so keep an eye on that. Dr. Strange to the crib.
Dr. Strange indeed.
13 all. Just over 2 minutes to play. Quench lost the handle on it and ran out of time.
But this game is getting
Another look at Strainia. And you can see Killian, he was like, I don't know if I should jump here. Strainia will bang on you. He took the safer route that time. Brankovic to the Maestro. Comes clean, takes the feed, and finishes uncontested. Dejan Majstorovic lets it fly. Flew right over to the hands of Vasic, who gets it to the killer. Whoa, look at the hustle. White ball. Take another look. The defense collapsed. Left the man wide open. Stojic uses the screen. Brankovic is going to set him another one. This time he takes advantage from deep. But I think that was a fatigue shot. He just did not have enough gas to get that where it needed to go. And it's a timeout on the floor. 14-13. Oh my goodness. How would you describe this game? It has not been pretty. I can tell you that this has been like a bar fight, a backyard brawl. Vasquez from the right elbow. Ratkov hands it off. The sniper shooting close range. 14 apiece after the layup.
Ooh.
Nobody home to stop Barrage. Oob reassumed the lead. Oh, and Kojic just lost the handle on that. Out of bounds. And a timeout on the floor. 1 minute and 8 seconds to play. Not likely to see this contest reach 21 points. This is going to be a game, a tug of war the rest of the way, as it has been. Dejan Majstorovic, he's got his own fan section. They've been coming for years to support the man we know as Mr. String Music. His Oob squad lead it 15-14. Brankovic hands it to the Maestro. He steps back, did not get a clean look. Ooh. Oh my goodness. That was crazy, man. That was a wild shot from Dejan Majstorovic. Gives Oob significant breathing room, a 3-point advantage. It's a 2-possession lead. Stojic, Dr. Strange, sets up the beast, but he couldn't make it.
30 seconds remaining.
Kilian will loft it down to the Manimal. It is only a 1-possession game. 15-17, 25 ticks to go. Stojic to Majstorovic.
Oh.
Not that time.
15 seconds from 14.
Here comes
13.
Ratkov.
Oh.
He jumps the deuces. We're all even at 17 apiece. 5 seconds to shoot. Dr. Strange elevates, puts it up. It's a miss. They don't get a shot up. So we are going to overtime, our first here in Utsunomiya in 2022.
Oh my God.
What effort from both teams. This has been unbelievable. So one way or the other, we are going to get a Maurice Lacroix buzzer beater in OT as the first team to score 2 will be going to the semifinals. Would you expect anything different from a couple of Serbian teams on this stage? Proven winners, Olympians, world champions, European champions, and of course, World Tour final winners. This matchup is loaded. Majstorovic going for 2! There is your Maurice Lacroix buzzer beater! Unbelievable! Mr. String Music with an incredible 2-point strike. Another look at the Maurice Lacroix buzzer beater. And it's the Maestro that puts him to bed. Unreal. Incredible game. And it ends quickly in overtime. Ooh, moving on to the semifinals as the defending World Tour Final champions will see their run end here in the quarterfinals. Incredible game. Incredible win. Let's get it to Julian DeBove, who's with Dr. Strange now.
So, Inya, an incredible game that went all the way to overtime between two teams that know each other by heart. And at the end of the game, an amazing shot by Dejan Majstorovic. Sometimes it's easier to hear, somebody else speak about the best player on the team. Tell us about this shot to win this game.
First of all, I want to congratulate Team Lehman. They are for sure one of the best teams in the world. And in this game, we have more light than them. For them, what I have to say, he's for sure last 10 years one of the best shooters in the World Tour, maybe the best shooter. And we all believe in him shot. And he is that guy who shot when we need 2 points.
Yesterday, it started very bad at the World Tour, this loss against Princeton. Tell us about how you reacted to this loss and how you discussed it as a team to come back better for the rest of the tournament.
This is our first tournament this year. Nemanja come to play with us before 15 years, and that's his first game. We know this first tournament will be hard for sure because we don't have so much time to practice together, but we will give our the best, and we know why we come here, to win this first World Tour.
All right. Congratulations, man.
Thank you everyone.
Oh me, oh my. Man, you needed a seatbelt for that game. That was just fast and furious. Craziness. All the way into the final shot. We saw it get contentious. We saw it get physical. Both teams fouling left and right, arguing with the officials. There were technicals handed out. There was a lot of bumping and banging going on. Some huge shots being made. And again, I've watched Serbian teams dominate in 3x3 for years and years now. And when you put a power against the power, you tend to get a matchup like this where neither team is willing to give up an inch. And it took everything in the gas tank to pull this one out. There was a beautiful shot from Dejan Majstorovic, who, he has been one of the best shooters in 3x3 for a very long time. He struggled yesterday. Got off to a slow start with a stroke today, but he was the one who delivered the kill shot in overtime. Speaking of kill, there's the killer, the voice of Killian, knocking down the 2-ball. The manimal, Mihailo Vasic, fighting his way up for another bucket. Strajinja Stojicic chipping in for his squad as well. Each team trading the lead back and forth. 13 all at this point with over 2 minutes to play, where reassumed the lead. Majstorovic with a ridiculous shot that time around. He really started heating up at the latter portion of this game. And this is why he's a 3x3 great. Majstorovic still finding ways to get it done. At 34 years old, which, he's no spring chicken, but he ain't an old geezer either. Big shots. We get a few final looks at this. This is the final look. The kill shot. Double homicide. Dejan Majstorovic. Ball game. Yo, Maurice Lacroix. Buzzer beater. Unreal. So we just saw one of the greatest shooters shoot his team into the semifinals. We'll see Ub in Antwerp. We'll see Princeton in Amsterdam. Now we're going to see who's the top gun here in Utsunomiya as we are getting all set up for our 2-point shootout. As you know, $5,000 will be awarded to anybody who matches our 2-point shootout best 17 mark. And $10,000 is at stake for anybody that can make every single shot. Here are your competitors. Darius Tarvidis of Team Jetta this year. Stefan Kojic of Lehman, we just saw him. Wes Molteni of Team Lausanne. who dropped out of the competition yesterday, and Artur Strelnieks, who we saw drop to Antwerp in the quarterfinals. That's MC Noah Lazarus. He's 3x3 the height. I'm liking his gear game right now. His neck is frozen, and he's doing the camouflage bandana with the shorts. Don't sleep on Noah, too. He can hoop, too. All right, so here are the rules for the two-point shootout. Brought to you by Maurice Lacroix, our official timekeeper. You got 3 racks around the perimeter. You can see them. They got 5 balls on them. Each one of those balls score for 1 point. You also have a rack at the 3x3 logo. It's kind of horizontally placed with only 3 balls. Those balls are worth 2 points apiece for a total of 21. Winner of this contest is going to get $500. But you know about the other escalators, the added incentives, the $5,000 mark, $17,000 and $10,000 for anybody that makes them all. I believe it's still Edgar's Krumens and the 3x3 sharpshooter now in Mongolia, Steve, yes sir, who hold that mark of 17. So Darius Tarvidis, the Lithuanian, playing for the Saudi Arabian squad these days. He's going to start us off here. Looking to shake the nerves loose and find his stroke early. And here we go. Tarvidis broke on his first 2 attempts. And he gets 1 to go now. He gets 2 to go. So 2 for 5, not too bad on the first rack. Top of the key now. Splash. Cash. 3 for 5. He's getting better with each rack. Let's see if he can step it up another notch. Oh yeah, he's starting to get wet now. Uh-oh. 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 That man is hotter than wasabi. Back rimmed it. He's at 10. 1 more money ball. There it goes. A very impressive 12-point mark to start things off for Darius Tarvidis. He's going to get some love from Artur Strelnieks on his way off the court. I think Strelnieks might be the next shooter. So Darius Tarvidis, all smiles with a comfy start to this Maurice Lacroix 2-point shootout. There's Stefan Kojic, who just came out of an emotional battle against Ub. He'll try to forget it for the moment and see if he can earn some individual accolades. He's waiting for the green light. Kojic, his first is short, second is long. Able to get 1 to go on the first rack. 2, 3. Top of the key. It's looking good. And it's feeling good. Not too bad. He can heat up. This is where we saw Tarvidis really start to cook. They like that left wing. Yeah, they do. There's a little bit of a, oh, that last one rolled out on him. He got time though. Missed the first. He needs both of these to tie Tarvidus. He does not. And he's going to finish with 8. So the sniper did not quite have it on target this time around. Now it's King West. West Moteni out of Switzerland. The big man has earned his way into the shootout final here. Not typically thought of as a top gun, but he can get it done. He knocks down 2 on the first rack. King West, top of the key. Nice rotation. And he got 4 makes. Six of them. 7. If he makes all 3 of these money balls, he can take the lead. He misses the first. Best he can hope for is 11. And he ends up with 9. Not a bad effort from King West. But he will not take the crown at this 2-point shootout final. And our last shooter is Artur Strelniks. Tough Latvian glue guy. He's going to try to show us what that stroke looked like. So no $10,000. Goes 2 for 5 on the first rack. Top of the key. A lot of players really like the top of the key because it's a straight on shot. No angles. You find the right touch, you can really start to get in the rhythm there, but he is not in his rhythm. He's off beat. But now he's starting to see things more clearly. That ball finding the bottom of the net 3 times in that third rack. He needs all of these to tie. He's got the first one. Strelniks has got a second one. Can he take the lead? Artur Strelniks. There's a smoke trail on that ball. What a finish. So you saw Tarvidus start with 12. Strelniks finishes with 12. Whoever made those 12 in the least amount of time is going to win it. And it is going to be Artur Strelniks who comes from behind to steal victory here in Utsunomiya. Oh, what a thriller to cap this 2-point shootout final. Man, oh man. Mama, there goes that man. And his name is Artur Strelniks. He shoots his way to victory. Doesn't look like a man who just won a 2-point shootout contest. No smiles. But look back, the dude cleaned the money ball rack. We have not seen that very many times. 3 consecutive makes from the logo. He got range like a choir. So there he is, your 2022 Utsunomiya opener. Maurice Lacroix 2-point shootout final winner. Artur Strelniks of Team Riga. Not too shabby. So a great performance for Artur Strelnieks, who storms from behind and cleans the money ball rack with a make on each of those attempts. And he can take a little solace in this individual award, although his team will not be playing on. Much love to Artur Strelnieks. Again, your Maurice Lacroix 2-point shootout final winner here in
Can we have a
Utsunomiya.
word from you to the spectators? You're the champion of the shootout contest.
Thank you. It's good to win, but better win a game, not shooting contest. Thank you.
シュートアウトコンテスト優勝しましたけども、やっぱりでも試合でやっぱり勝ちたかったですねということでしたね。はい、もう一度大きな拍手をお送りください。シュートアウトコンテスト優勝はアルツルス・ストレス・ニエクス選手でした。
So Artur Strelnieks, happy to win this individual competition, don't get me wrong. But hey, he kept it real. He said, look, I'd like to win the shootout contest, but I'd rather win the game.
Of course, big thank you once again to all of y'all. And that wraps up the shootout competition final presented by Maurice Lacroix.
All right, so the semifinals are set. We are going to get reset in a couple of minutes as we will get ready to hand out $50,000. Up first, we'll see Princeton and Amsterdam. Y'all stick around. We'll be getting towards those semifinals in just a couple of minutes.
Okay, before we get back to the game, it's showtime. Keep your eyes on the court. さあ、この時間のブレイクタイムはここでしか見ることのできないスペシャルコラボレーションパフォーマンスいきますよ。日本が世界に誇るブレイキングクルー、モータルコンバット、そして日本のヒューマンビートボクサーの第一人者、アフラによるコラボレーション。
Body of a boy, make a big noise, playing in the streets, gonna be a big man someday. You got a model on your face, big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing we will, we will, we will, we will. 皆さんこんにちは。ヒューマンビートボックスのアフラです。 3x3 楽しんでますでしょうか。まだまだ盛り上がっていきましょう。ここからはブレイキンクルーのモータルコンバットとのコラボレーションです。お楽しみください。
And just like that, we are back. Welcome to Utsunomiya, Japan at this historic opener to the 2022 season. Kyle Montgomery, a.k.a. The Voice, in your ear, in front of the famed Futa Arayama Ginger Shrine. We are down to the final four, all competing for $50,000 and to the opportunity to kick off this 2022 campaign on the right foot. There have been few things that Princeton has done wrong en route to the semifinals. You could say the same of Amsterdam, who they will meet. Princeton coming off a 4-point win over Shake Gubale. They'll meet an Amsterdam team that held off Vienna by 2 in their quarterfinal contest. And if you thought it was intense before, oh, it's going to get a whole lot more intense. We are here in the valley of in the land of the rising sun, I should say. The weather conditions are good today. We didn't see much sunshine yesterday, but the action continuing to heat up. We remind you of the rules of this 3x3 game, a 10-minute sprint. The first team to score 21 points wins, or the team with the most points after 10 minutes expires gets a dub. 2 teams, 3 players, 1 sub. No coaches. 2s and 1s is how this game is scored. What a run has been to this point. Look back at Princeton's, again, 4-point win over the Lithuanians. Amsterdam's 2-point victory over a very game Vienna squad on the bottom half of the bracket. Antwerp and Riga in a close win as they battled out with 3 players. Antwerp moves on, and then we saw that contentious Serbian clash between Liman Hushan and Ub Hushan, and it was Ub that went on. Took him overtime to get it done, but that was thanks to the man known as the Maestro. So those are our 4 competing teams here in the semifinals. The voice is still holding up pretty strong. I hope y'all having fun. I also hope that you're following us on social media using the hashtag 3x3WT. Want to show some love to our official ball and apparel sponsor, Wilson. Our new official timekeeper, Maurice Lacroix. As well as Shoots to Go out of the Philippines. Our official sponsor as well. This dude is official, and he don't need a whistle. Isaiah Wilkerson, the new addition on this Princeton team. They haven't lost a game yet here in Utsunomiya in 2022. They got all the way to the doorstep at the Utsunomiya Final 2019 with Robbie Hummel and Kareem Maddox starring on that team. Here they are, right here, right now, along with Damon Huffman. The 3 veterans and the newbie. This has proved to be a very, very different squad this year with a different approach and mentality. And they're showing it with the results on the floor. Now here come Amsterdam, the Dutch. They start with Jan Driesen, Juice, Julian Jari. Maxim Kovacevic hit a lot of big shots in their quarterfinal win over Vienna. And then Dimes. He's coming out all smiles. DeMeo Vanderhorst, top scorer coming out of pool play. And had a really solid output there in the quarterfinal matchup as well. Now they will face their toughest test here in Utsunomiya. The coin flip to determine who gets first possession. From the look of that big smile on Dime's face, I believe that Amsterdam will start with the possession. Here are our starting officials. Vladimir Veskovic out of Serbia and Cecilia Tot out of Hungary. They'll be holding things down. The action only intensifies as the day goes on. Speaking of intense, that's the madman. He has been putting in work here in Utsunomiya. The 6'8", former Defensive Player of the Year, Ivy League Defensive Player of the Year. 2019 World Cup gold medalist, DeMeo Vanderhorst, an Olympian. The star Dutchman looking to star again in what he hopes will be another Amsterdam win. He's really seemed to have taken that next step to the next level. Most teams that have run into this Princeton squad have run into a straight up buzzsaw. Now in terms of the head-to-head between these two, I think that Amsterdam is actually in the lead. 2022 brings a brand new year. Check ball from the logo. Here we go. It's on. 10-minute sprint to the final. That ball in a rush out of bounds. That touched nothing. As it's over to the Turtles. Hummel screens away. Huffman comes around. Reeves sets Huffman a screen. That is beautiful. Teamwork, making the dream work. They shared it like a funny meme. It's 1-0, Princeton. Dimes from deep. He comes up shallow. "30 seconds in. Kyle Montgomery, a.k.a. the voice in your ear. Going to be a busy 2022 season. Reem, one-legged, awkward release. Not exactly his forte. Kovacevic trying to get some space. And Wilkerson pokes it away. Well-balanced American team here. There's the junkyard dog missing point-blank range. Closes out. And a foul. Hummel was out of position. Rather get whistle for the foul than get an easy bucket given to Dreesen. And looking at the head-to-head between these two, it's actually Princeton in front. 5 wins to 4. When you look back to 2021, the most recent 3x3 season, as far as it relates to the Pro Tour, it was Princeton getting a win in Montreal, but Amsterdam getting them at the Ghetto Basket Riga Challenger as Andy 3x3 unites Utrecht semifinal. Speaking of Utrecht, they will be a World Tour Masters host this year. I always love going to the Netherlands. 3x3 is everything there. Foul called on Dimes. Take another look at the fake. Dimes putting that one off the window. DJ Lass on the ones and twos, spinning all the hits. Look at the rotation on that swish from the line. It's the Madman. Mad Max, right back at you. I'll take 2. We got action, boss. 3-2 game. Madman, mid-range, too much protein, and then he's called for the foul and trying to track down that rebound. Maddox will check out and get a breather. Zayday, Isaiah Wilkerson will check in. Hummel steps up, but a little too late as Dimes gets the shooter's roll. Hummel to Huffman. Couple of world champions in 2019. There's your World Cup MVP in 2019. Hummel putting the cookie in the cup off the feed from Huffman. Soft hands from Hummel. And now we'll see about that touch from the stripe. Nobody shot it better from the free throw line out of pool play than Princeton. 89%, they only missed 1. And they keep the good times rolling. Here we go, it's 4-4. Dreesen screening away. Kovacevic passing up the screen. Instead, he moves left and missed it long. Justo. Oh, great touch. Floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. It's 5-4. Amsterdam assuming the lead for the moment. Reem putting it on the floor. 6'8", he can still do that, but he can't make it count. Not that time. Juice will clear it. He's got Mad Max ready to shoot again. And that time, back iron. Zayday former NBA G Leaguer. He's going to force the action on his way to the cup. And he's going to earn a trip to the free throw line. So one thing you've heard me mention continuously is the fact that Princeton is doing some things that are historic, particularly in 3x3, and being the first ever fan-owned 3x3 franchise by virtue of their DAO. So fully pro. We're seeing more and more teams do that, either via their national federation or government or sponsors. But they are a decentralized, autonomous organization. An online group with a collective bank account. You could become a part of the ownership team. How about that? How about that attempt from Dimes? Five. It's a deadlock. Defense locked in from the Dutch. Dimes' pass is deflected and Huffman gets caught reaching in the cookie jar. Who, me? Yes, you. Take another look. Huffman will check out. Huffman transitioning, or at least considering transitioning into coaching. Oh, yeah, I like that finish. The fillet from Kovacevic. Zayde trying to find Maddox, and he hits the deck. Quick move from Maxim Kovacevic and showing the finesse. Not quite a jelly, but it has some gel to it. Wilkerson trying to spin between two defenders. He's got nowhere to go. You got to put it up. Turn around. Broke. Maddox, though, he got that up in time. So that's going to count and even things up at 6 apiece. So right place, right time, lands in his lap, and he lands the shot. Dimes fakes the pass. No on the floater, but a hell of a tip from Dreesen. That was more than 20%. Wilkerson just continuing to battle down there. Of course, Isaiah Wilkerson, 31 years old, played his college ball at New Jersey Institute of Technology, was Great West Conference Player of the Year. Showed out at Princeton's training camp in Chicago. Played with guys like Reggie Jackson and Jeremy Lamb on the Tulsa 66ers. Oh, Huffman missed it. Point blank. That's normally one that he will get. One thing, 3x3, you got to have a short memory. Like, honestly, you don't want to dwell on any play, good or bad. You don't have time to. Hummel trying to come around. Maddox ends up with the rock, and he left Dimes like he was late for an appointment. 7-7. Hummel's not going to win that argument. He gets whistled for the foul. Spot in the final at stake here, and a chance to play for $50,000. Kovacevic reroutes, goes from east to west, but he left it short. Zayde, quick feed down to the madman. Oh, elevates, got to a spot, but too strong on the jump hook. Dimes looks off the defense, lets it fly. And Zayde skies for the board. Hummel, he was shooting the lights out in the quarterfinals, and he's still shooting like his son down. 9-7. Hummel, no hesitation, a flick of the wrist. That's going to cost you 2. And a 2-point advantage for the Americans. shot, and he's on target like infrared. 9-9 contest. Huffman trying to work the pick and pop with Hummel. And look, Robbie's out here going dumb. Back-to-back twos, but a quick response from Juice. Hummel, not again. Yes, again! He is like that. Robbie Hummel has Princeton leading 13-10, and as he's strung together back-to-back-to-back two pieces. Again, we saw that it's like it's on repeat. So Robbie Hummel out here shooting like John Wick. (13-10) is the result, as the redeemed team eyes a spot in the final. All right, come on. Time to get back to it. Kovacevic, the Juice, gets up right back. Might have had Juice there for a minute. A little late. But though, thankfully for Dutch fans in Amsterdam, they got a kick ball, so that'll give them a fresh 12 on the shot clock. So after the foul, a warning issued as well. Ref talk is done hearing it. But that previous foul on Princeton was a 7th. So that means a couple of attempts for Kovacevic. He blew the first one. Second one, long. Can he make good? And at least gives one to go. 2-point game. Maddox going at DeMayo. Missed it. Dimes will come away with the rebound. He'll clear it himself. Oh, Hezzy left Maddox and got to the crib. Missed it. Looks like Hummel is down. Dimes showing a little bit of frustration. He knew that was one he normally would make. So he will take a little breather here. 3:17 left here in the semifinal. The first of two here in Utsunomiya, Japan. Huffman looking to get his fingerprints on this game. And he puts it through the bottom of the threads. And then, how about the veteran savvy play from Huffman? He's able to draw the charge and gets the possession for Princeton. First, the two-piece combo, straight on, and then the defensive play from Damon Huffman. 15-11, Princeton. Under 3 to play. Zayday, dime time. Oh, the jab step. It's like the ground left his feet. Take another look at the whip and the lele, and then the jab almost made Kareem Maddox touch earth. DeMayo is that dangerous. Dimes couldn't drop one that time, a little long for Juice. So a three-point game, it stays. Zayde, quick step left. Blew a tire, decides to give it up. And here comes Green. Green misses, but his effort is continuous. Huffman being harassed by Jari. Huffman follows his own miss and puts it up and in. Huffman is a tough man. 17-13, nobody to defend the rim, so Dimes gets bounced. Sprint to 21, as you know. Huffman looks off the defense, pulls the trigger. It's a misfire that time. Kovacevic will come around. Why not get it to Dimes? Maybe next time. Wilkerson will open the possession over to Maddox on the right wing. He's got Hummel coming around. Instead, he will take it himself. And the madman is a bad man. That's easy work for Reem. Oh, but it's answered with a deuce from the left wing. 18-16. And, oh, Maddox with a risky pass right there. Zayde continuing to fight underneath. And Maddox doing the same. They still come up empty-handed. Kovacevic pulls the trigger. Just missed it, but Dimes is going to put it up and in. We got a one-point contest with under a minute to play. Robbie Hummel. He's got the game breakers on. Game point, Princeton. Zayde with the ball in his hand. He had the game winner in the quarterfinals. Isaiah Wilkerson working on Juice. Step back. Game time. That is it. That is all. Princeton is the real deal. No GMO. And this crowd in Utsunomiya is behind them. You hear Isaiah Wilkerson say, I'm like that. He is that guy. Isaiah Wilkerson. Game winner, double homicide. That is it. Turn the lights out on the Dutch as the Americans are on into the final. The good times keep rolling. The redeemed team are moving on. Damon Huffman standing by. Midcourt was Julian DeBove after a thrilling Princeton win.
Damon, this team keeps on winning. It's now 4 in a row. And talk about this, the end of the game with two huge shots from Robbie and Isaiah.
Yeah, I think when you're in these situations, you want guys on your team that you trust. And we're building that trust right now. And obviously have a lot of experience with Robbie and Kareem and know what they're capable of. And we bring in a great player like Isaiah, and he stepped up into big moments. And that's exciting. Because when we keep doing these things, better watch out. We're going to win a lot of games.
We've seen you win tournaments before. We've seen you here in Utsunomiya reach the final in 2019. But it looks like this team is different this time. There's more grit. There's more attitude. There's more anger as well. Talk to us about your preparation and why this team is different this time.
Yeah, I think our mentality's changed. We had a lot of success in 2019 prior to the Olympics, and then things went downhill. So we had to reframe our purpose and set new goals. And part of that is how we want to play as a team and our identity. And I think that when we get back to our basics, which is really pressure people defensively, make it physical, make them play the way that we want to play, I think it puts us in successful positions to win.
Okay, we want more in the final. Take care.
Thank you.
They have reframed, and they have been picture perfect here in Utsunomiya. I am telling you. Unbeaten. They are now 4-0, and they are into the final. They will play for $50,000. Here's how they did it. Competitive game. You knew that Amsterdam were not going to be pushovers in this contest. This is a world-class team, obviously with an Olympian in DeMail Vanderhorst. It just seems like Princeton, again, this is not the same team that we have seen before. They are putting action behind their words. They are the beneficiaries of an absolute dog in Isaiah Wilkerson. And my guy's been out here looking like Cujo. He has been off the leash. Constant activity underneath. And, you know, that's not to forget Robbie Hummel's shooting display. You talk about this American team displaying it all. The shooting of Robbie Hummel, right on cue, two-piece, no biscuit. The grit of Isaiah Wilkerson. The unrelenting activity of Kareem Maddox. The high IQ play of Damon Huffman. And the timely shot making from him as well. This is a formula for success. And all they need is one more to take this first ever Utsunomiya opener. We get to find out next who exactly it is going to be that they play. It's going to come down obviously between Antwerp and Ub in that next semifinal. And I'm not sure drawing the Americans is something that you exactly want. But you got to go through who you got to go through. And they are the top dogs right now. Final shot right here from Wilkerson. He might have had a toe on the line. It don't matter anyway. It was game point, and you can hear him saying, I'm like that. I'm not going to argue with him. He is like that. Nearly time for us to get to our second semifinal. It's scheduled to get underway here in just a couple of minutes. So we got about 2 minutes before we get to that one. So catch a brief breather. I mean a brief breather, because we got more action on the way here in Utsunomiya. Here's how things have played out to this point. You see Princeton's run, their 2 wins today that have secured their spot in a $50,000 final. It's down to Antwerp and Ub, the Belgians and the Serbians, to determine who will meet the Americans in that $50,000 game. If you finish top 6, I'll remind that you will not leave empty-handed. There's a $36,000 second place prize, a $24,000 third place prize, 18 grand for fourth place, 14 for fifth, and 10,000 for sixth place. Not to forget we still have our slam dunk competition coming up after this semifinal. So I got a whole lot more screaming and yelling to do. And I'm sure you do too, sitting in front of your screens at home. We will once again thank our sponsors, Wilson, our global ball and world tour apparel sponsor, Maurice Lacroix, our official timekeeper of the world tour, and Chooks to Go, our new global partner of the world tour. Not to forget our official suppliers, Inleo, who provide the floors, Skelter Sports, who provide the backstops, Baudet, who provide the shot clocks, and Magic Sky, who provide the canopy system. You just got to look at the Belgian squad, Enver, with their trio of Olympians. So you got your trio of Belgian Olympians against the highly decorated Serbians. Marko Brankovic, Nemanja Barac, 3x3 GOAT Dejan Majstorovic, and Dr. Strange, Strahinja Stojicic. It took them overtime and an unbelievable Dejan Majstrok to take it. It's an incredible Maurice Lacroix buzzer beater to get past Lehman and earn their spot here in the semifinals. So these two teams are not strangers to each other. It's going to come down to who executes, and you know, there are no moral victories in this game, but I got to just say this. The fact that Enver is here with a chance to go to the semifinal, playing with 3 players and no substitute, is incredible. That guy's pretty incredible too. His name is Thibaut Vorvoort. Did you see that shot that dude hit just before the shot clock hit zeros? Gave him a 4-point lead, secured the win in the quarterfinals. Strahinja Stojicic, maybe the most exciting player in the game. Most spectacular player of the year last year. Thibaut Vorvoort. I think he's going to have some MVPs ahead of him. Uber 3-2 against Antwerp on the pro circuit, but Antwerp won their last head-to-head. So they're hoping to build off of that, obviously. That last Antwerp win over Ub, it came in 2021 at the Lausanne Masters semifinal. No, actually, that win came at the Jetta final quarterfinal. Ub got him in Lausanne. So at the Jetta final, it was these Belgians that ended Ub's hopes to win it last year. So here we go. Must-see TV against the Maestro. Here we go. Clock is running, and we're off and running. So is Vorvoort, floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Brankovic out deep. Count that. 2-1. If you're just joining us, Kyle Montgomery, a.k.a. the voice in your ear. Princeton already into the final. They'll be watching this one very closely. You better keep an eye on Must-See TV. There's no mission impossible for this kid. He's Tom Cruise 2.0. 3-2. Barac missed it. Close range. quick look at back-to-back twos made from each team, and how, Sway? Off balance, must-see TV. That one rattles out on him. Oh, cookies took. I'll take that, you take this. Nice find. Stojic's getting into the beast. 3 points apiece. Clark Kent on the move. He blocked him like an unauthorized user. But Maestro not having it. So the Maestro, known for his offense, he's giving us some defense too. Vort, another narrow miss late in the shot clock. To the point to where you, if you're a defender, you hold your breath every time this dude releases it. Talk a lot about must-see TV, but this is a well-balanced Antwerp team. Nick Sells has been amongst the most efficient players in the league since joining the Pro Tour. And low-key, the dude can put the ball in the bucket. Where Vort is just a different level right now. And nice two-man game. Give and go. Maestro. He has that deflected. Now Majstorovic open, but missed it badly. Bogues to must-see TV. Back to Bogues. Rafael Bogarts, not that time. Stojic clears it himself. He's directing traffic. He wants a screen from Brankovic. There he goes. Past the defense. And he finishes with the layup. Oh, bad pass there as Vort turns it over. Stojic, that's a good hustle. And that is a benefit of having 4 players instead of 3. As Antwerp was just a little bit out of gas. And you get to this stage in the tournament, you got to be wondering how much juice they have left in the tank. Playing with 3 players over 2 days of action here in Utsunomiya. Sellis called for the offensive foul. I believe we'll get another look after the layup. Or maybe we won't. But I think the call was that he extended his arms coming off that screen that he set. And this time I think Barach is going to get called for an offensive foul while he was setting the screen. Oh yeah. It's like he was going into a blocking bag. This is like NFL football. Bogues off balance scoop. Not quite. The beast. I'm not sure that's how he planned it, but it worked out as the Maestro lands it. No rim needed. Straight bottoms for the straight shooter. String music, it's a duet. Eight 4. Ooh. Two of the best teams on the tour last year. Again, winning in Debrecen and Montreal. One of 2 teams to get multiple Masters wins last season. An incredible start for them. Didn't quite finish things how they had hoped for. Antwerp was in the mix all year. 3 semifinals. Did not get any Masters wins. And Vort late on the pass. He's going to get it back, run up, and get done up. He is a stone-cold gunner. Believe me. So another look at the flick of the wrist, setting the nets on fire is must-see TV. Oh, beautiful. All eyes on must-see TV opens a window for Clark Kent. Utsunomiya, baseline, Barach. Fouled hard on the block. One last look. Sellers doing a great job coming free. It's one of the nuances of 3x3 that I think the Belgians have picked up incredibly fast. Just understanding the importance of that perpetual movement. And they got that interchangeability, that versatility that teams dream of. They find themselves down by one. And a miss by Vervoort. And the Maestro took a little poke to the eye as he battled with Bogues for the rebound. Ooh, that's my swish. That's my swish. Ooh, all right, I'm done with that. It's back to action. Speaking of action, takes two and makes two. Utsunomiya Stojacic. 10-7 is the result. Must-see TV? No. Strong rebound from Dr. Strange. Utsunomiya makes his move left, and Vervoort, he fouled him. Didn't exactly try to hide it either. He's like, look, I'm tight. That's a fatigue foul. I need a breather. Oob is not breathing easy. Only a 3-point advantage. Oh, make that 4. The Maestro in a rush to the cup. 11-7. Bogues. He's hacked by Brankovic. Princeton awaiting the winner once again. Clark Kent, nice adjustment mid-lane. And he gets the shooter's roll. Oh, Maestro with the step back. He couldn't complete the highlight. Sellers to the crib. He's held up before the shot. A 6 foul on Oob, no more to give. Antwerp trailing by 3, but only 4 fouls to their name. So not a terrible position to be in with just over 5 minutes to play in this contest. Clark Kent. A little miscommunication between him and Vervoort. Barach will hand it off. Stojacic trying to make a move in the switch. He does. Got the step on Sellers and finishes with the lay. Bogues, hesitation. Using that great length. And all it takes is that slight delay. Put on the gas and got there. Brankovic, he's trying to out-muscle Vervoort, and that he does. 13-9. Ooh, in the driver's seat. So 7th foul on Oob. Now puts Must-See TV up on the line. He's put on a hell of a performance here in Utsunomiya. He led the event yesterday with 8 key assists, 12 highlights, and was second in scoring with 20 points and a player value of 26.4. He can do it. Somebody needs to play some defense on the Maestro. Check the scout report. He can play. 14-11. Must-See TV is a one-man production. 13-14. Antwerp ain't going nowhere. Another look at the Maestro's cruise to the crib, and you know where he does his damage. Tulane. Butters his bread. Utsunomiya streaking to the rim. Must-see TV. Long that time. Stojacic, he's running out of time here. He's got 3 to shoot. Utsunomiya puts one up. Good contest. Celis to must-see TV. Stojacic is down. They leave both open. He misses. Vort can't get the rebound because he's fouled from behind. You can see that Stojacic is holding his right thigh. I'm not sure exactly if he took a knee or not, but he's trying to stretch it out. Both teams will take a break here as we're under 4 minutes. A TV timeout. Dr. Strange is going to try to recover quickly. Not that he hasn't, not that you can force a quick recovery. Just do what you can do with it. Try to walk it off. And what he's saying now is that, yeah, he got a knee. But the scores table is not hearing it. Vort too strong at the line. Belgian Olympian cannot connect on the second either. So Enberg trying to take advantage of having Oob in the penalty. Bogarts is down for the moment. Celis kind of rushed that shot a little bit. I thought he had a little bit more time to get a better look there. In any case, he airballs it out of bounds. 3:25 to play. And if you're Oob here, you just continue to apply pressure. And look, you give him a look, he's going to start to cook. String music. Maestro. 17-13. Enberg. They're going to rely on Clark Kent to get him back within 3. Brankovic to the Maestro. Lost his footing. He's being pestered. He found Brankovic. Man. Big you-know-what's on that shot. An emphatic block on the baseline from the Maestro. So the Maestro blocking like Rubik's Cube here in Utsunomiya. That's his second one of the game. A block party indeed. And a lot of contact away from the ball there. I actually couldn't see. There was a camera in front of me. So I'll be waiting on the replay as well and trying to figure out exactly who this foul should go against them. If this is on Oob, then we're going to get a couple more free throws here. They are in the penalty with 18 fouls. They do hold on to a 5-point advantage. And you just think back to those 2 free throws that Vort had that could have tied this game at 15. It's 15-13. All right, now let's look and see. Celis is setting the screen. It looked like Barach pulled Celis down. From my vantage point. But that double foul is what's called there. That's why. Okay, double foul. And still pretty critical. Possession will stay with Enberg. Must see TV. He is box office. 19-16. Enberg still in it. Foul called on red though, and that's not good. But I mean, that's 10 out of 10 in terms of degree of difficulty. This dude get more buckets than rainwater. The Serbians trying to rain on his parade though. Stojacic misses the first of two. If Ub foul defensively, that'll be 2 free throws and possession for Antwerp. This ain't over with yet, y'all. Game point, though. The margin for error never slimmer for the Belgians. Must-see TV, long. Rebound, stays red. 2.5 to play. They want a two-piece here. Bogues, he's getting to Tesselis for the easy score. But they're going to need a whole lot more help than that. And they can't foul. Stojacic driving and finishing emphatically. He rocks the rim and rocks Antwerp's world. 21-17. Ub is moving on to the final. Another look at Dr. Strange. Elevating on the baseline and finishing with the boom. So Antwerp finally run out of gas, playing with 3 players, no sub. Some miscues cost them. Standing in the winner's circle is Dejan Majstorovic with Julian above after a big Ub win that puts them in the final.
First of all, Dejan, I need to ask you, we saw you speak with Thibaut Vervoort after the game. Can you after the game, we saw you speak with Thibaut Vervoort from Antwerp. Can you share with us what you told him after the game?
Honestly, I think in this moment he's maybe the best player in the world. Offensively, it's amazing. Really, really difficult to stop him. He scored like 15 of 17 points, so it's amazing player.
After what happened yesterday, the loss against Princeton, your team came back, won yesterday, and now won 2 very big games against Liman and now against Antwerp. How proud are you of the team?
I'm very proud. I hope we get deja vu in Utsunomiya Masters because 3 years ago I lose against Princeton in group and now I'm in final against them. Again, I think Princeton played the best basketball on this tournament. They are unstoppable offensively, but I think we need to make some twos. We missed a lot of twos yesterday, so if we make some twos today, I think we have a chance to win.
For the people who just joined us now and that haven't seen the quarterfinals, you hit one of the biggest shots of your career in the quarterfinals. Can you let us know what happened before the shot, before the overtime started? What was the plan? And tell us about this shot. I know you've made shots like that very often, but that was a very, very big one.
Long time I didn't make important shot in my career, but on the timeout I just asked somebody to come to me to pick and roll, and I'm gonna shoot. That was the plan. I feel very good on that game. I'm shooting all the time. I shoot like 12-2, so I feeling the ball, and I know I'm gonna make it. Ball go in, and we are very happy because of that.
Congrats again. See you in the final.
Thank you.
All right, so what do you know? We're going to see Princeton and Ub lock horns again, this time with the stakes as high as they can be. $50,000 is on the line. We remember they started off this tournament on day 1. Princeton pulling out a win over Ub, shocking them. Can they do it again? What a game, though. You heard Dejan Majstorovic give credit to Thibaut Vervoort. I'm telling you, 24 years old, this kid is going to be as good as he wants to be. And who knows just how much further Antwerp could have gone if they had a sub. Man, hell of a tournament for them. A lot of credit to the Belgians, but this one was meant for the Serbians who refused to let their foot off the gas. They kept the pressure up. They matched the firepower of Antwerp. They got big shots from Dejan Majstorovic and obviously some critical plays from Dr. Strange, Strahinja Stojacic. How about Brankovic as well? Big 2 from him. He played strong. He played tough. And the new addition, Nemanja Barac, had his fingerprints on the game as well. What a second day of play. An absolute shooting display from Thibaut Vervoort. But in the end, he just could not match up with the Serbians. Tough make there at the top of the key. Utsunomiya Stojicic. And the maestro, he doesn't do all of his damage from deep. Utsunomiya making the move there on Celis. But this one was back and forth. Critical time in the contest where I thought Antwerp maybe had a chance to shift the momentum. And they suffered a couple of misses at the free throw line. There's Celis suffering a gangster slap from Dejan Majstorovic. One of the several ridiculous makes from Thibaut Vorvoort. That would make it a 3-point game, but you got the feeling that Ub was going to take care of business, and Antwerp couldn't foul. There was some Ole defense that allowed Utsunomiya Stojicic to put a punctuation mark on that win with a two-handed punch and a flex. All right, so we
その決勝の前にですね、これからですね、コート上では、ダンク
So up next, we will get a brief intermission before we get to the final. And of course, the dunk competition is on deck. Brody Stevens, Rafal Lipinski, Brandon Ruffin, our three competitors in that. We'll have about 7 minutes or so until we get the dunk competition underway. We'll have a little bit of time to warm up as well. And at that time, I'll get back on the mic. But I got to get something to drink. I got to get prepared for the final stretch of a crazy day here in Utsunomiya. Y'all stick around. It's only going to get better. Dunk competition up next, followed by the final here in Utsunomiya.
ということで、はい、よろしくお願いいたします。はい、ありがとうございます。そしてノンサイド井上さん、ジャッジを行っていただきますけど、これダンクコンテストの前どんな気分ですか？
そうですね、細かい部分はちょっと分かんないので、やっぱりこの派手なこうわっと驚くこの会場を沸くようなダンクを見せていただけたらなと思いますね。はい、スミポンはどうですか？
そうですね、まあもう跳躍力とか技術とかも多分ものすごいと思うんで、もう楽しみにしてます。ね、
いろんなこのダンクの技をね見せてくれると思いますので、
生で見るの初めてなんで楽しみです。はい。
それでは楽しみながらですね、厳正なるジャッジの方もお願いしたいと思います。それではよろしくお願いいたします。それではお席の方でお願いいたします。さてこのダンクコンテストなんですけども、もうすでにね先ほど得点ボードを出してくれてる人いましたね。皆さんパンフレット持ってますか？パンフレットをね開くと後ろの方のページに10点って書いてある得点ボードになるのがあります。ダンク決まった瞬間みんなもねこれでちょっと自分なりにジャッジして盛り上げていただければと思います。はい、階段にお座りの皆さんも持ってますね。はい、鳥居側の人もはいこちらもね皆さん持ってますね。はい、ぜひそのボードを掲げてですね一緒に盛り上げていきましょう。さあそれでは足利銀行プレゼンツダンクコンテスト、今回エントリーしている3名の選手をご紹介しましょう。まずはラファウ・スタニスワフ・リピンスキー選手。 Now I would like to introduce the entry players for the dunk contest. First of all, Rafał Stanisław Ripinski. あれ出てこないですね。はい。The players are not ready. Oh, they're attacking.
So we're gonna have some high-flying dunk action coming up, and let's just explain the rules really quick for the slam dunk competition. So we start with 3 dunkers. There's going to be 75 seconds on the clock right here, 75 seconds. So each dunker gets 3 attempts to make a dunk. Each dunker gets 3 attempts to make a dunk. 75 seconds on the clock for the first round. Then the top 2 dunkers will advance to the finals, where they will have a total of 3 dunks, 3 attempts per dunk. However, for the final dunk, there will be no time on the clock, and you'll see right here how much time they have on the clock.
さあ、それでは選手登場の前にですね、ルールを説明しておきましょう。3名のダンカーがこの足利銀行プレゼンツダンクコンテストに参加します。2回のチャレンジで1ラウンドごとに審査が投票されます。ダンク失敗の場合は0点、ダンク成功の場合は5点から10点となります。第2ラウンドの合計の得点が高い2名が決勝ラウンドに駒を進めます。はい、ということで。
And of course, the slam dunk competition is presented by Ashikaga Bank. So, big thank you, arigato, to Ashikaga Bank. All right, so now let's call out our dunkers.
はい、それでは、選手たちの準備ができましたので、コートにお呼びしたいと思いますので、皆さん拍手でお迎えください。足利銀行プレゼンツダンクコンテスト、まずはラファオ・スタニスワフ・リピンスキー。
Let's call him out to warm up, Rafael Lipinski.
はい、続きまして、ブランドン・ニコラス・ラフィー。
Brandon B. Ruffin.
もう一つ選手はブロディ・クレイグ・ステファン。
And Brody Stevens. Oh yeah, so $4,000 to the winner of the slam dunk competition. We're gonna let them warm up a little bit and get their legs a little loose. But how y'all feeling, Utsunomiya? Y'all ready? Let me hear you make some noise, y'all.
はい、これからウォームアップに入ります。それでは本日のジャッジをご紹介しましょう。ジャッジを行うのはチームジェッターのチームマネージャーアレス・クンチさん。はい、そして宇都宮ブレックスエグゼの斉藤陽介選手。そして応援ゲストチームのノンセール井上祐介さん、そしてスミポンに行っていただきます。
Oh yeah, it's going down. Slam dunk competition finals. Presented by Ashikaga Bank.
$4,000
to the winner. So once again, we start with 3 dunkers. They get 2 dunks each, 3 attempts per dunk, 75 seconds on the clock, and the top 2 dunkers will advance to the finals. $4,000 on the line. Big shout outs DJ Lass, DJ U, of course MC Pat, and of course Kyle Montgomery, 3x3 The Voice. Oh yeah. Next step. Oh yeah, get them legs loose.
頭がリングに当たりそうなぐらいジャンプしてますね。すごいね。
It's about to go down.
Whoa.
High flying, soaring, acrobatic action here. Utsunomiya, Japan for the Fiba 3x3 World Tour Opener Season 11. Oh yeah. This is just warm up, y'all. This is a warm up.
これウォームアップですよ。本当は皆さん、本ちゃんのダンクに行くときはどんなダンクになるんでしょうか。
They don't need a sweater because they're hot already. Let's go. So players, please clear the court. We're gonna get our first dunker up.
All right, the warm-up time is over with. You got three dunk champions. Of course, Brandon B. Ruff out of Lancaster, California, representing the USA. High rise, he's a high riser. We saw in Mexico City last year, he won that dunk title. Brody Stevens back dunking on the Fiba 3x3 tour for the first time since 2019. We saw him win in 2019. And all Rafael Lepek-Lipinski has done is win. He's a dunk GOAT, and we are glad to have him back. Four-time World Tour dunk champion he is. Also a gold medal winner at the 2017 World Cup. Gold medal for him. So here's our first round. As the two best dunkers will move on to the dunk final. Lee Peck! Oh yeah, he's bringing that fire here in Utsunomiya. Could he get any higher? Lee Peck putting the leap in Lee Peck. Over the top of his Brody. Brody contorts in the air and finishes with that power that is a signature of Lepek, man. Who dunks harder than Lepek? You could maybe argue that Miller, Nadim Miller put up Chinko out of Ukraine. He puts it down pretty hard, but Lepek, man, he is ferocious with it. We got a couple of birds that just flew up underneath the canopy. They want to join the dunk contest. They ain't the only things with wings out here, let me tell you. It's time for high rise. Be rough. — 75 seconds to get their dunk completed. They get 3 opportunities to complete the dunk. You don't want to get a goose egg. B. Ruff has the runway all to himself. He wants to go over Lee Peck. We saw him do this dunk in Mexico City. It's so smooth when he puts it down. Brandon Ruffin, back to back. He's shocked. He can't believe it. He's like, come on, I missed 2 of them? You gotta be kidding me. Just got hung up just a little bit on the rim. $4,000 is at stake in this dunk competition. Be rough. He takes the quote-unquote easy route. Okay. Oh, the ninja flip. You can always count on B. Ruff to add a little extra sauce at the end. He had to abandon his first dunk idea and kind of get in his bag a little bit. We're going to see what the judges give him.
Okay, so the judges, they have the post up.
He gets a couple of 8s and a 7. So a 7.7 for B. Ruff. Next up is Brody Stevens. I got a chance to chat with Brody before this dunk contest, actually early this morning. Showed me a little bit of what his strategy is going to look like out here. This dude really plans it out. He's got dunks. And dunks and dunks. He's going for the 360 windmill. And he's got a whole list of backup dunks in case he wants to abandon it. But expect him to try that 360 windmill again. And credit him because he's battled through a bunch of injuries. Some knee contusions and a wrist injury. And yet he's still out here bouncing. got a red X on that first attempt. There he is, Brody. 360 windmill. That's going to generate some power. Brody, long hair flying in the wind as he gets twisted like cornrows. So you're 3 nines for Brody Stevens. Took him 2 attempts. Not too shabby. Brody Stevens out of Australia. So Lipek, he's back up for his second dunk. One of the most decorated, one of the most exciting dunkers in the dunk game. Believe it. Lipek going for the windmill. Back rimmed it. So Lipek enlisting the help of a volunteer. Trust me, young lady, you don't have to be nervous. He's going to get plenty high. Oh, but 2 misses there for Lipek. He's got to really think about how he wants to approach this last dunk. And he's got about 16 seconds to land it. So he's got to get to it as he takes a quick peek at the clock. And his final attempt, he's saying come out a little bit. Be rough. Holding the ball steady. And Lipek, he's going to rock the baby and give us a little flex at the end. Happy to get one to go down. He hopes that dunk is going to secure his spot in the final. But he's not camera shy. Lipek is not camera shy at all. So 8s across the board. Not quite as spectacular as his opening dunk, his opening act. Now B. Ruff's got to bring something here on his second dunk here in the opening round. He wants some help. I think it's cool how these dudes are competing against each other, but they still help each other on the dunk attempts. All right, what's B. Ruff gonna do now? Oh, I see what he's trying to do there. B. Ruff is trying to go over Lipek, tap it off the glass, and then finish the dunk. You got to coordinate. We're going to see if he can put this sequence together and land this dunk. B. Ruff, the tap, and the smash. B. Ruff be doing some strange dunks. Oh, and the splits. James Brown style. B. Ruff, I like that. He's like that. And finish backwards. Tap backwards. Yeah, that's going to get you a couple 10s right there. So B. Ruff is in his bag. He's a point ahead of Lipinski. So Lipinski's at 9.6. Ruffin is now 9.7 in the driver's seat to head to the final. And now the pressure is on Brody Stevens. Stevens with 9s across the board to start. And I got a sneaky suspicion. He gave me 3 dunks that he might try here for his second here in the second round. Stevens. He's looking at the rim like it did something wrong to him. So Brody not using any help. He wants to take it all by his lonesome. He wants to fly private. Brody Stevens lost the handle on it. A difficult dunk because he's got to get turned around quick enough to get a glimpse at that rim before he puts it down. So the man from down under has got to get up. Oh, Brody could not put it down. 3 red X's, which means that he will not be moving on. It will be Rafal Lipinski and Brandon Ruffin. So your 2019 Chengdu dunk champion will watch this final round. The final round will see B. Ruff and Lipek get 3 dunks. The first 2 will be timed. The last dunk will not be timed. Whoever has the highest score after those 3 dunks will be moving on. So B. Ruff, he had the highest score in that opening round. So he's going to get a chance to watch Lipek's dunk and have a chance to strategize in trying to top that dunk. Lipek wants to take it off from the baseline. He was floating away from the rim and tried to absolutely destroy it. Put your tray tables up. It's time for takeoff. Lipek. Another ferocious finish. Man, he spiked the punch. Now it's a party. Brandon Ruffin looked at me and said, "Ho." His eyebrows raised. He said, "All right, he's raising the bar. That means I got to raise my game." He wants Brody Stevens' help. All right, Brody, you put it right there. Young lady, touch your toes. She's got to be, so credit her for showing the flexibility. She's going to get a good hamstring stretch. But come on, B-Ruff, you can't expect her to hold it like that forever. B-Ruff, okay. He wants to go 360, 2 hands. His second dunk in that first round was just sick. Oh, Ruff! Did he hit his face on the rim? Oh my goodness! Oh, he hits the gritty with it. This is a true showman, ladies and gentlemen. B-Ruff, Easy, why don't you? We still need the rim for the final. So Ruff flying through the air like a ninja. Bandana intact. We'll see if the judges show him some love. Our middle judge really liked that. 10 and 2 9s. Great start for both dunkers. Peck and Brandon Ruffin. We're going to see what else they have in their dunk catalog. But a nice start. So a 9.7 for B. Ruff here in this final dunk round.
This could be his second dunk.
So Peck. They like this particular volunteer. They need to cut her a portion of the check.
Kids, please don't try this at home. Here we go.
She's a dunk team member.
This is like... 30 seconds on the clock. Let's see what it's gonna be.
Lee Peck sets up for takeoff. Lee Peck is the pilot. We are the passengers. Witness greatness. He had a bird's eye view into the rim. He looked down into the rim. Threw it in reverse. A back flush. And he spreads the wings. Unbelievable. 2 10s and a 9. That was a filthy dunk. There's a reason why this dude is a 5-time world dunk champion. You understand? You don't talk about dunking without talking about Lee Peck out of Poland. Now the American is back up. He's quickly winning the crowd over, not only with his high-flying antics in the air, but his antics after the dunk. I don't think anybody in the dunk competition can outdance B. Ruff. I think he put that in with his elbow. I got to get another look at that. B. Ruff nearly pulls off the elbow smash. So almost some elbow macaroni. He does finish with 2. Got plenty of height on that one. Made it on his first attempt. We're going to see how the judges feel about that. Are they feeling it? 9s. So a close competition heading into the final dunks. These will not be timed. So each dunker can take their time. Lee Peck leading 9.9 to 9.4. B. Ruff trying to do the math. Find out what it's going to take. You got to look. Lee Peck has probably got an all-10s dunk in his bag. Oh, yeah. So Lee Peck going with the 360 tween. Two misses. Peck. This is when the pressure is on. Does he stick with the same strategy and go with that 360 between the legs? Or maybe bring something else out of the bag? This is when you really have, he knows that B. Ruff is a real threat to win this. Only 4 points separate these two. And he cannot afford a goose egg. Zero would all but guarantee Brandon Ruffin a win and a $4,000 check. So Lee Peck, he's going to recharge the engines. He's got twin turbos in both of those thighs. Oh, and Lee Peck missed it long. So as Lipinski makes his return to FIBA 3x3, man, he was on a roll for a while. He was averaging nearly a 10 here in the final round, and he gets a 0. So Brandon Ruffin, who won in Mexico City just last season, he can decompress. He's good. All he has to do is put a dunk down. But you better believe B. Ruff is going to try to put on a show with this final dunk. The only time the pressure really gets there is obviously on the final dunk, but he can do something simple, a two-handed finish, and that's that. Any score will work. So we'll see what B. Ruff has in store for us right here. B. Ruff, get the crowd in it. You. Everybody. B. Ruff misses the first attempt. No sweat. Rising up in the land of the rising sun. He says, who's your daddy? Brandon Ruffin showing some love to the local Japanese fans as he puts the finishing touches on a $4,000 dunk win here in Utsunomiya, Japan. He goes with the reverse double pump. And then he's going to give each side of this venue a backflip. Nice dunk competition. Lipinski just could not put it down in the final round. And Brandon Ruffin does enough, puts on another dazzling dunk display. So high rise has risen above the competition, and he'll be taking back a bag to the West Coast. He's gonna need it. The cost of living out there is crazy. So they get set up for the post-dunk interview, and we're going to hear from Brandon Ruffin and what he's got to say about the competition and that win. As I'll turn it over to the court and Julian LeBeau. Ju.
Brandon, what a roller coaster of emotions from the elbow dunk, Lee Peck missing his last dunk, and you just securing the win. Tell us about this roller coaster, really.
Going through my mind, I definitely want to stick to the plan, but I did have to differ from the last one. I just went with something that was safe, but something excited for the crowd. You know, they want to see high flying, they want to see high rising. So if I can go ahead and put one down and then go ahead and give some showmanship, then that's what I'll do. And I had the opportunity to do that at the last one. So
talk about this crowd, amazing, clapping the entire contest.
I love you guys, man. You guys rock. Give you guys clap for you guys, man. Clap for you guys. Yo, the people of Japan, you guys definitely give that energy. You guys help me go plus ultra, if you know what that means, man. You guys definitely help me go plus ultra. So thank you guys.
Brandon Ruffin, congratulations.
Arigato.
Oh, somebody has not only been working on their dunks, they've been working on their Japanese.
はい、見事足利銀行プレゼンツダンクコンテスト優勝しましたブロディ・クレイグ・ステファン選手、皆さん大きな拍手をお送りください。それではアワードセレモニーを行います。見事優勝いたしました、ブランドン・ニクラス・ラフィン選手には、足利銀行取締役頭取清水和幸様より賞金$3000が贈られます。
And now I present to you the winner of the FIBA 3x3 World Tour Utsunomiya Opener Dunk Competition presented by Ashikaga Bank. Make some noise, y'all, for Brandon B. Ruffin!
There he is. He's that man. Your 2022 Utsunomiya Ashikata Dunk Champion, Brandon Ruffin, representing the USA. $3,000. And again, winning the Ashikaga Dunk Final, he wants his Dunk Brodies to come take a picture with him. It's all love. He packed one of the best in the game for a long time. Brody battling some injuries to compete out here. Comes up short in the opening round. B. Ruff put on a show like he normally does. And he's now a two-time dunk winner on the FIBA 3x3 tour. Now all he's got to do is find out how he's going to get that big check on the plane. Let's look back of his body of work. I think his best dunk of the competition, man. He goes overly pecked, taps it off the glass, and then threw it in reverse. Nastiness. Then there was this. He wound that one up, rocked the baby to sleep, and then rocked the rim. Finished with some emphasis. And he even had me thinking he hit his face on the rim for a second. Upon second look, he did not. And then B. Ruff with the lean with it, rock with it, reverse. Came into the final with plenty of momentum and took care of business. Now we still have some unfinished business here at our Utsunomiya final. Oob and Princeton battled out for 50 grand, which is coming up here momentarily. All right, before we get to that final, we're going to give you some highlights of the highlights. You'll see what I mean after you check this out. Take a look. All right, now for the moment we have all been waiting for. Did you like how much drama I put in my voice there? Princeton and Oob. Man, the storylines are abundant in this one. You know, the Americans and the Serbians do have a little bit of a rivalry on the Pro Tour. In particular, Robbie Hummel and Kareem Maddox will remember in 2019 going against Dejan Majstorovic of Novi Sad and losing in that final. But Princeton has a bunch of people and teams on their checklist apparently here in 2022. And they want this one bad. I think that they have been the story of the tournament to this point. And we will see if they're able to get revenge with their new secret weapon, Isaiah Wilkerson. Couple of game winners for him on his final day of play. Captain America, Robbie Hummel. He has been shooting the lights out. The always dependable Damon Huffman. He casually makes his way to the court. And last but not least, it's that man, the madman, Kareem Maddox. So there's your quartet. Princeton representing the United States, a newly formed team with some new ambitions. So far, so good. They have not lost a single contest. Kyle Montgomery, aka The Voice, in your ear as we get ready to put a cherry on top of a sweet tournament, the first ever World Tour opener. And happy to be here, obviously, in Utsunomiya, place where we've seen 3 Masters in that 2019 final that I've mentioned over and over again. This is a tough squad here. They picked up some tough wins here, day 2. An overtime win in the quarterfinals. And then a win over Antwerp in the semis. Dejan Majstorovic, Strajinja Stojicic, Marko Brankovic, and Nemanja Barac representing Oob Huishan. Head-to-head against Princeton, they are 3-1. That dates back to 2020 Doha. They met 3 times last season. They met in the pool phase in Lausanne. They met in the semifinal in Montreal. They met in the quarterfinal in Abu Dhabi. All Oob wins. Oob, your #1 ranked team. A rematch of what we saw day 1. Do not forget, Princeton day 1 handled this Oob team by 4 in a shocker. Will Oob make the proper adjustments to handle this American buzzsaw this time around? They're going to have to find an answer for Kareem Maddox. That dude has been everywhere like Adams. Rebounding, shooting, scoring, defending. He's really elevated himself as a captain on this team. Done a great job getting in the lab this offseason. He's in great shape. And he will get a chance to lace him up against Dr. Strange one more again. World #3, Strajinja Stojicic, who finished last year as the #1 ranked player. He finished the semifinal in emphatic fashion. A punctuation mark, I guess you could say. And again, make mention of that record, 3-1 since 2020. And Robbie and Kareem. Can't remember if Huffman was on that 2019 team or not here in Utsunomiya. But they want some revenge this time around. All right, here we go. 3x3. Check ball from the logo, and here we go. It's on. The final here in Utsunomiya to open 2022. The Maestro dripping in finesse as he kisses that one off the glass. The give and go. Missed opportunity there as the Americans turn it over. The Maestro cruising to the crib again. This time he misses. Brankovic comes away with the rebound. Dr. Strange pulling up to drop it off. The Beast, no. Hubbard snatches the rebound. The former Minnesota Timberwolf in 2019 World Cup MVP gives it to his gold medal teammate, Huffman. And he is fouled on the way up and experiencing some pain on his hand, apparently. He's going to try to shake it off as he steps up to the free throw strike. Very intriguing 2022 season ahead of us. Again, as we tip things off with this first ever opener with $50,000 at stake here in this championship game. 36 grand will go to the runners-up. Not a bad payday for either of them, but you want that win because you get to choose what Masters you want to play in. Pretty cool incentive. The Madman hands it off to Huffman, and he is fouled. Contact on the 2 attempt. Official Vlad is laughing off. Strainia wants to challenge the foul call. You can't do that. You can't do it. Anyway. D. Huff, formerly of Brown University, has done a great job in helping coach up players in the United States. A seasoned veteran in this 3x3 game, and he's going to give Princeton a 2-point lead. Oh, nice dime. Tunnel vision for the Maestro as he whips it to the cutting Barach. Hummel, he's been a torch. If I'm Princeton, I'm thinking of a way to get him to rock. Nothing against Huffman, but that's not going to be your that's not going to be the mismatch that you need on the court. He gets put behind bars, no visitation, not even a call. He'll check out, and Barach will check it up. Let's go. Stojic is moving around, right, crosses back to the left. Oh, Wilkerson put a hand in his face, but he gets maced. Sign that. 4-3. Zayday dropping the shoulder, bullying his way to the bucket. He ain't trying to make no new friends down there. And a quick foul whistled on Hummel, number 2. Actually, number 1. I can't count. That's number 1 on Princeton. 4-4 game. Just scratching the surface here. Stojic trying to turn the corner, but oh, Huffman had him locked. But a little contact, trying to swipe that one away. Swiper, no swiping. Strainia Stojic. He's back. Finished number 1 in dunks and highlights last year, number 3 on the scoring charts. And he's got his Serbian contingent up 1. Maddox. He's taking him down to the post office. He's got a delivery. Check the tracking number. 5-5. Another look at the Madman playing some bully ball down low. Here's Wilkerson showing off the touch. He says, you can bank on me. He proved it so far. Game winners in both the quarters and the semis. And the former G Leaguer making a name for himself early here in 2022. Dr. Strange will float it up to the Beast. They connect like a Zoom meeting. Huffman's down. Zayday. Ooh. Got hated on by the rim. Huffman is up, but he is moving slow. Strainia will get a good look. Pulls it, bottoms. Oob leading by 2. And Utsunomiya deflects that one. See the Serbian connection there. Rankovic able to finish it at the rim. Look again at Stojicic's knockdown. Maddox lost the handle on it. They get it back down to the Beast. Beast, whoa. He missed that one. That was supposed to be easy breezy. You see Princeton is featuring Zayday. Hey, he said, you gonna eat your porridge. You understand me? Big boy game. So he is just a brute. 8-7. Princeton trailing. A rematch of the first game to open this 2022 campaign. Hope y'all been having fun. We've been having a ball out here in Utsunomiya. A staple on the 3x3 Pro Tour. Big thank you to our sponsors, Wilson, our global ball and World Tour apparel partner, Maurice Lacroix, our official timekeeper of the World Tour, Chooks to Go, our new global partner of the World Tour as well. Oob with an all-new sponsor known as Oob Quishan NE now. And as I mentioned before, Princeton the first ever fan-owned 3x3 team. Very cool with the Krause house. Maddox couldn't land it. Nice movement. Oh my goodness. That was ill. Fall away. Two-piece from the maestro. Maddox has it stolen away. Oh, Stojicic, count that. Bump in the bucket. So the Serbs are leading this thing by 4. And Maddox, you can see he tried to get out of the way, but the contact had already happened. And we'll see if Utsunomiya can add to this lead. Oh. Stojicic knew that was a miss. As soon as he let it go, Hummel trying to establish post position. It's stolen away. Man, a lot of effort being shown here. Ooh, they want this as bad as Princeton does. It's a cash splash for Stojicic. 6-point game. And Hummel finally lets one go from Tulane. He runs Stojicic off the line, but Stojicic will have a clear lane for takeoff. It's 14-7. Huffman takes one right back. Quick pass as the Beast elevates him. Huffman rather is down. Yeah, he took a knee right to the diaphragm right there. And you could, Huffman is a tough cookie. But he's arguing that he wanted an offensive foul with the knee. It is a sizable lead for Oob in this 10-minute sprint to 21. Wilkerson lost the handle. 7-point lead for Oob here. We saw Princeton finish runners-up in 2019. Hummel forced it up, follows it, and missed it close. Gets it back, misses it again. So Princeton, it's the first time that we've seen them struggle like this the entire tournament. The maestro couldn't get any space. The madman sent it back. Ream will set the screen. Hummel mid-range. First time that the Americans are looking a little bit gassed here. We're just past that midway point. It's the maestro. Gets it to the Beast. Bronkovic. up and in. 16-8. Not an ideal start for Princeton, but Oob is cooking. Ream to the rim. He's denied at the door. Did not have the VIP pass. How about the defense that Dejan Majstorovic has been playing? Turnaround from Wilkinson, defended well. Stojacic tricky with it. 17-8, and Huffman gets a whistle. But take another look. Nobody home to defend the rim. All they can do is watch as Oob came blazing out of the gates here. 17-8. All they need is 4 points to win it. And that's not going to help Princeton's cause. Missed free throw. The Maestro. No string music that time. Hummel snatches the rebound. Maddox elevates. Green rises. Still an 8-point deficit that Princeton's looking at. Oh, he threw it back like a greatest hits album. Maddox finding the energy to leave the floor and prevent the 2 attempt from the Maestro. But Princeton with their backs against the wall. They need to find that mean streak again. They've been playing angry here in Utsunomiya. It's led them here to the final, a $50,000 game. A lot of excitement heading into this 2022 season, a record 13 events. As Strahinja Stojacic front rims it. Princeton, I think they got to start taking some attempts from 2 range. The ones are good, but oh, Zayday couldn't swipe that one away, and then they turned it over. The Beast getting a shove in the back. Take another look. Maestro quickly over to Dr. Strange. He's working on Wilkerson. Nowhere to go. That was tighter than airport security. That defense from Wilkerson. So Isaiah will open the possession with a check ball, top of the key. Oh, nice. Spin move. No. The Maestro, foot on the line. He's claiming that he took a push. Princeton trying to pull off a huge comeback here with just over 3 minutes to play. Hummel with Huffman coming around. Oh, Huffman. He chunks the deuces. And he finds the bottom of the net, but still a 6-point game. Badarach. Man, he stole fizzy lifting drinks or something. He was floating. Hummel, he wanted the foul. And then a frustration foul. Take another look at Badarach, man. He went up to the top flow. 6 fouls apiece, and a 2-ball would win it for Oob. Wild pass, but oh my, had the Maestro hit that, I would have walked out of this place. Somebody else would have had to call it. Maddox. Jump hook. of a 6-point difference. And Utsunomiya gets to his spot, missed tip. Maddox, that's off red. Two minutes left, and Princeton want a timeout. So, they don't want to fumble the bag here. They got a 19-13 advantage. One good look from two, and this could be over with. Princeton is going to need to catch flames. And I think they got to get it done from beyond that 2-point arc. They've seen Hummel get hot throughout this tournament. I think they probably should have featured him a little bit more here. As Robbie will find the mark from 15 feet out. Huffman defending the Maestro. And he is shadowing him everywhere. The Maestro! No. Hummel! No. And Maestro missed it. Nobody boxed out Barach. Game point for Oob. Minute 20 to play. Zayde. He's dogging him like Cujo. 2015. The Beast is going to miss. They could use a two-piece. Wilkerson muscling it up, gets it again and puts it in. And that pass too long. Out of the reach of the Beast. It ain't over until the... Well, it's not politically correct for me to finish that old phrase. It ain't over until it's over. Until the big person sings. Nothing wrong with big people. You know how it is this day and age. Unbelievable. Humble! No. The Maestro's down. All they need is one. 36 seconds to go. Who's going to deliver that lethal final shot? Dr. Strange! It is over with. Utsunomiya Stojacic puts a period on it as Oob turn it up to finish day two. $50,000 as they take this historic Utsunomiya opener. This, the punctuation two-piece from the former world #1. Princeton will have to settle for second again, but they will walk away with $36,000. Not too shabby. But Quishan N.E. They start 2022 in the win category with a $50,000 bag and a Masters of their choosing. Let's get it over to Julian DeBove, who's standing by with Utsunomiya Stojacic after their $50,000 win here in Utsunomiya.
Utsunomiya, congratulations. The first game of the tournament became the last game of the tournament, but it was so much different. Talk to us about all the changes you made after this first game, this first loss against Princeton, to now win in the final.
You know, first of all, I want to say congratulations to all our team, our coaches, our sponsors, and they help us a lot to come here and to play like we play. First game with Princeton, I think we play very well. But me and Dejan, who is one of the best shooters in the world tour, shoot, I think, 0 for 15 twos. And that's the reason why we lose.
You need to talk to us about the last play, you know, the game-winning shot. Princeton were making a run to come back, and you had to take things into your own and score this big shot, this big two-pointer at the buzzer.
You know, this is like shot. It was without pressure because I see on the clock it's 2 seconds to the end, and I must shoot that shot. And what is very important, I want to congratulations to Nemanja. He's with us only 15 days, and he gave our 100%, and he played very well this tournament.
Who are the champions? Congratulations.
Thank you, and see you in Philippines.
Congratulations to Huishan NE. They are celebrating not just their $50,000. That's not a bad payday for a weekend. It took a lot of work for them to get here. Obviously, with new sponsorship behind this team, they are as talented as they come. And they readjusted after losing to Princeton in that initial game to start this competition. He mentioned that they went 0-15 in that first game against this Princeton squad, Strajan Stojic, that is. And they were able to put the ball in the cup this time. They came in with a renewed focus, and they knew very well how hard Princeton had been playing and how well they had been playing. And it speaks to the experience of this UB squad and just that competitive nature. Just an unbelievable make from Dejan Majstorovic. Off balance and still on the mark. Ridiculousness. He and Strajan Stojic were outstanding here in the final. They continue to apply pressure to a Princeton team that looked like they ran out of steam a little bit there. They just could not keep up with that scoring pace. And a lot of standing around and watching players streak to the bucket. Kareem Maddox played like a madman throughout this tournament. He played until the tank was on E. As you could see on that block, he was just exhausted. Love the new addition of Isaiah Wilkerson. I think that he gives this Princeton squad a real edge and a real boost with that New York flavor. With that being said, though, there could only be one winner in this one. And UB was the better team the second time around. Robbie Hummel, he was hot throughout the tournament. Didn't get a lot of looks in the final until it was too late. So while it was gritty, while it was physical, UB was the better team between the two. And once the Americans had their backs against the wall, I thought they should have started putting up more attempts from two range. They did not. And you see who did. Dr. Strange. The final scene is his. Step back, two-piece killer. That's it. That's all. Huishan win here in Utsunomiya at our first ever World Tour opener. Here's how it went down today. Princeton and Shake in that first quarterfinal. Princeton looking strong and did the same against Amsterdam and landing their spot in the final. Getting past Lehman in a Serbian clash in their quarters that took overtime to decide. Dejan Majstorovic with the game winner there. And then handling Antwerp in the semifinals, and then finally handling the Americans. Cruising to victory here in Utsunomiya in front of the Futa Arayama Ginger Shrine. It is time now for the award ceremony. We will find out who the tournament MVP was. And of course, hand their well-deserved $50,000 check. By my math, that's a little over 10 grand per player. I don't know how that money is split up, but that is 2 days of hard work. Maybe I got the wrong job. I can start exercising and get my jumper tight for 3x3. I'm putting together a team. Y'all hit me up at 3x3 The Voice. I need 2 teammates that will just pass me the ball and 1 sub. Oh, we had a lot of fun, didn't we? We certainly appreciate you for watching, all of you at home, whether it be on YouTube or Facebook or Sina Weibo or Twitch, wherever. Getting active with us on social media. at FIBA 3x3. If you drafted players and participated in our fantasy app, which is a new introduction this year, but from the opening ceremony until the ending ceremony, it was action-packed. And congratulations to our individual contest winners as well. Artur Strelniks, who won our Maurice Lacroix 2-point shootout final. And B. Ruff, Brandon Ruffin. We flew here from Los Angeles together. He told me he was going to win the dunk competition, and he did just that. He's taking a $3,000 check home. So big congratulations to him. And you know I got a lot of love for our staff, our floor staff, table officials, our production team, our media team, everybody putting in a lot of hard work to get this 2022 campaign started off the right way. Noah Lazarus, DJ Laz, what up, what up?
それではアワードセレモニー、まずはこの大会の MVP の発表から参ります。FIBA 3x3 ワールドツアー宇都宮オープナー2022 MVP 選手は
Now it's time to hand out some hardware. Here is your tournament MVP, Dr. Strange, Stranger, Stojacic. Stojacic, a straight bucket getter, a relentless competitor on this UB team, and really a humble winner. There's a lot to like about this former world #1, Strania Stojacic, a well-deserved MVP, as he will add another plaque to his cabinet. Stojacic is second MVP. Remember, he won MVP at the Montreal Masters last year. And now his team can pick whichever Masters they want to play in. We'll see him in 2 weeks in Manila as we will get the World Tour started. Our first Masters of the season. Again, I want to make sure that y'all understand there's a difference between this and a Masters. This is an opener. Hence why we have had the top 10 teams in the world and a $50,000 grand prize and the extra incentive that you get to choose the Masters. So we will get the official FIBA 3x3 World Tour on and popping in Manila. Shout out to Chooks to Go again, a global partner with FIBA going forward. But here's Team UB. It takes teamwork to make the dream work. So while Strania Stojacic gets the MVP plaque, they got a big boost from Nemanja Barac with just 15 days joining this team, and the walking 3x3 icon himself, Dejan Majstorovic, and the beast, Marko Brankovic. They get their time to shine under the LED lights. And it ain't official until they get the signage. It ain't official until they get that check. But this sign represents a $50,000 check here in Utsunomiya. Our first time back since 2019. It was an absolute thrill. Those are your winners. UB Huishan NE. How much more will they win here in 2022? They're going to have a lot of opportunities on a 13-event schedule here this season. No better way to start than on top of them all. UB, top Princeton to win the title here in Utsunomiya. All right, that's it. That is all from here in Utsunomiya. Once again, big thanks to everybody who played a part in putting this event on. Again, all of our sponsors involved. Again, Wilson, our global ball and World Tour apparel sponsor, Maurice Lacroix, the official timekeeper, Chooks to Go, our global partner, Inleo Floors, Skelda, Sports Backstops, Baudet, who provide the shot clocks, Magic Sky as well, our media team, our production team, everybody, nothing but love. And, of course, one final congratulations to Ub, who will sign their name as champions here in Utsunomiya 2022. All right, 2 weeks to go until we get to Manila, our first Masters of the season. We hope that we will see y'all again. I'll be back on the mic. I'm the voice of 3x3, Kyle Montgomery, saying peace out from Utsunomiya. Ooh, get it done to start 2022. See y'all in a couple of weeks.
優勝記念のエマ、はい、エマも一緒に入れて写真撮影を行いましょう。佐藤師匠もよろしくお願いいたします。はい、佐藤様、安倍様もありがとうございました。それではですね、最後、優勝チームの名前をコールして、みんなで終了させていただきたいと思います。Fiba 3x3 ワールドツアー宇都宮オープナー2022チャンピオンに輝いたのは、せーの、チーム
Life itself is only a vision, a dream. Nothing exists save empty space and you are better gone. Yeah. Space.